All right. Let's go here. Okay, so hopefully the swap was pretty easy on everyone. I just got to change my streamer details. And then we go DCGO. Cool. Done. So hopefully I didn't lose a whole bunch of people in the transition. Any chatters, say hi. That would be much appreciated, so I know you're still here. Because I love you all. Close. Hi, Empire. You swapped over to YouTube? That's fine. Hey, Gabriel. Let me bring up Twitch chat, so that way I have Twitch chat pulled up. Oopsies. You was on Twitch and now you here? You're fine. Let me turn monetization on. There we go. Yeah, hopefully that was a quick enough, like, Twitch transition. Hey, don't worry about it. That's a very good name. Okay, cool. Cool. So, I do apologize, Twitch. Hey, Soma. Yeah, unfortunately, because of, like, YouTube encoding on how, like, OBS, like, it's more so a YouTube issue than an OBS issue, because streaming to YouTube, I can't split the audio sources between live and recorded, so, unfortunately, we're gonna have to lose the anime music. Alright. So, we have our Angels deck. And now we have to figure out our egg. So let's go, level 2s. Does this work with how I want this to work? Oh, these are just the ones that refer to TS. Oops, there's only one T in Patamon. Oh, Patamon's not a level 2, duh. Okay, so it does have the restriction in place. So we could run one of the broken Patamons over what, a Searcher? Searcher Elec? Like, the funny thing was, in my build, I wasn't even using it. So that's the silly thing. I already wasn't using it. Because it's not a Time Stranger card. So, like, legitimately, I could just keep it the way it was. And, like, I just swap out the Tokomon. And what, the rest of the deck basically stays the same? Let's go look at level 2s. So, do we have anything else other than Tokomon? This is just for digivolving into shamans, so that doesn't work. Glowing Dawn. Yeah, is our only eggs just Wanya? When any of your Iliad are played, do we do Wanya or do we do Toko? Toko or Wanya? What do we feel? It's probably Wanya, right? We're not gaining the memory, but it's probably Wanya. It's just more synergistic. I mean, technically, we could run 5 eggs and just say fuck it. What are our yellow eggs? Do we have any broken yellow eggs left? So this is tamer related, drawing a card, puppet related, drawing a card. Actually, maybe hold on. Memory? Yeah, banned. Nope, we're just running draw cards. Okay. Yeah. You vote Wanya? Okay. You should be able to, play game music. I might be able to. Oh man, I go down for like 2 seconds and then I lose all Twitch viewership. That's funny. Well, I guess half of you swapped over to YouTube, which is fine. I'm not complaining. I don't care how you're watching me. Whatever's more comfortable and convenient. Yeah, and I think the rest just stay the same. I think we're still, like, Maruki's kind of just gimmicky, but I think I still kind of just want to try him. Yeah, literally from my build, nothing has changed. That's funny. That's so funny that my build literally hasn't changed. All right. Sorry for the coughing. Not a great start, but not a terrible one. If my opponent decides they want to actually do something... So that was, hold on, who was it? It was not Flashy. It was Joker Gaming. So Joker Gaming, if you're still here, I don't mind playing some games with you, because you asked. DCGO has the new ban list already? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's very simple lines of code. Oh, James, you're Joker? Okay. I just have to get used to who's who on the different platforms. Create a room. You're loading in now? Okay. Well, there's the room code for you when you come in. Alright, we'll cut that. I can't wait for Chronomon. You're on your way? You're good. I'm just looking at stuff and things. I don't think I showed everyone progress on some of the emotes. So let me... let me see if I can upload those really quickly. Oh, this hand's bad. We'll turn you off. We're mulliganing that hardcore. Yeah, because I got a couple of new Twitch emotes I've been working on. Oh, was that the wrong button? There we go. Evo here. We'll crop this. Sorry, I'm doing like 3 things at once. Download. Alright, what else do we do? Do we just play this and pass? Or do we... Yeah, I think we just play this and pass. Actually, we discard you. Because you have the on play. I have to crop you a little bit more. Alright, and then we save. Oh, you're telling me to put a card in my security? Gross. No! Let me go to arts. Alright, do I trigger this? So you're in a Medusa, so I think I do. We go Pegasus. We draw a card. Bottom. Oh, shit. I didn't realize they gave you interaction. I didn't mean to give you interaction. We'll Digivolve for free because it's broken. Do you have barrier? You do. So we will not Digivolve right away. But we will minus 2k here. Oh, shit. I forgot we have these cards now. There's a delay with YouTube and IRL? There is. Now we DNA. We go from our sources? No, we'll go from our hand. To the top. And then burn you. And then de-digivolve. And then we get to play out probably the Patamon to draw cards. Not exactly where I want to be. What does this do? Yeah, we'll go up security. And then this is minus 8,000. I do have barrier, so we're gonna swing. Oh my god, another training. And we're just gonna kill your dude. We'll trash the top because I know Even though this is basically gonna die, I'm okay with that. I just need to filter through my deck. I get to be burnt to security, which is not particularly great. Oh, Blinding Ray? Meant to say trainings for red. Trainings have access to, or red has access to the most trainings. Got it. Black, red, and yellow. He's running 8 LM trainings? Maybe. I mean, he has to Crimson Blaze. That'll put him down to 1. He won't be able to kill these 2, but if I'm able to find damage some other way, then I just, like, win the game. Yeah, there's the Crimson Blaze. I get to be burnt to security. That's fine. Oh, both of my guys have barrier. But, I mean, it doesn't matter in the face of the removal. And then just set up the Tamer. Probably smart. I know I'm probably going to set up one of these. So we're just going to swing. I don't know if I'm, like, super dead here. I might be dead. Maybe I need to put more level 6s in. So the big question is, can they kill me? Maybe. So we'll just try choking them to 1. We will discard Patamon. Of course, now I see them. Have we tried Glowing Dawn Fremon yet for eggs and angels? Why? What does that do? Is it just a Digivolve mid-attack type thing? Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. What a funny interaction. Oh, do they have another Lamia? Oh, no, they have this. Okay. All of the hands hate. They can Evo, the burn is technically generic. That's a spicy meatball right there. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So, do we think Angels is any worse? I'm not exactly quite seeing it. I can't DNA, but I guess this is fine. There we go. That's this. When attacking once per turn by trashing the top card of your security, this Digimon can Digivolve into a glowing dawn with the reduced Digivolution cost of 1. Oh, so you're literally just doing the when attack just to burn the security. Does the deck care that much about burning the security, though? Like, with the level 4s that we have, it really only matters on the Pegasus, so, like, you're not gaining any benefit for doing so outside of the burn. I mean, like, I guess I could try Fremon, but I'll just stick with card draw for right now. Yeah, like, I get that the part is you just want the burn to be able to trigger these guys. Because they have when they're trashed. So that way you could try to maintain board presence. But I think, like, just not straight up killing yourself and playing a little bit more tempo probably is just better. Because now you're not gaining any memory advantage that you're being hyper abusive about, and you're just losing security that sometimes isn't rigged to where you're actually gaining benefits from. So I think, like, me personally, I would rather just not. Yeah, this is basically null anyway. Would have been nice to keep it on the field, but realistically, I don't think I would have that opportunity. So, the big question is from here, because I drew Blinding Ray, how hard can I combo off? No, I need, like, this to stick, because I can't do everything that I need. Do we grab the Juno? I think maybe we grab the Juno. And we grab the Patamon. I guess that's fair. Being open to multiple options? Yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just, I don't, like, currently, I obviously don't know how good it actually is of an idea. Darn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to respond here. Oh, it's not Time Stranger, right. That's why I didn't get the card draw. Do I just Digivolve up? I think I do. And then do I just Juno this? Because I could Juno or I could Maruki. Maruki means I what? I unsuspend and can attack. Juno means I play out most likely a Magna. Oh, I think I Juno here. So now I get to play out a low-level Digimon. Minus, I guess I'll just play out another Digimon. What do I got in my trash? It's got to be from my hand. Okay. So this is a pretty strong board state. I think we still could just lose. Yeah, I think we just lose because of this card now. Well, maybe. Maybe not. Hey, Empire. Thanks for the $5 dono. How good do you think Chromomon will be? I think he holds the same spot as Galacti, but instead of Tamers, it shuts down trash. I think he's gonna be pretty good. Yeah, it's not TS, gotta be rough. So I'm probably gonna take him out of the deck then. I'll take the Tamer. Minus 4K. I don't have a security to burn, which is the unfortunate part. Otherwise, I would have killed their Digimon. Yeah. So maybe I need to see, and that's like an instance. Oh, I needed to fix my eggs. Shoot. Molly. I needed to fix my eggs because I think Wanya is just the best egg for the deck in terms of what it's trying to do. I think that the Toko egg is not good enough because sometimes you run not Time Stranger stuff. Hey, good to see you online. Do you want to repeat yourself on the ban list thoughts? I didn't even say my ban list thoughts yet. So I didn't realize BT26 was coming out next week, and not really sure what BT26 is about. Could you have played Shaco, or you could have played Shakomon to de-digivolve? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so I could go over my thoughts on the ban list. I just wanted to make sure, like, people actually, like, came in before I gave my thoughts. We'll go top of the security. We don't have barrier, which is unfortunate. Maybe I shouldn't have made this play. Trash the top. Lay out you. Draw a card. Draw another card. Throw you into security. At the top. Hey, bada swing. Oof. The Ascend is really good. Do I crack this just to choke? Or do I just acknowledge that this probably is just gonna be dead? So if I choke... I think I do just crack this just to choke. Alright. So we should be okay. Need to see Pegasus to proc before DNA? Yeah. Hey, Anacreus. I would suggest BT14 Tokomon. That card needs you to already playing for it to work, so eh. Yeah, that's what my thought is. But to answer, so after this match, I'll go over my thoughts on the ban list. And then, we'll get right back into some games. That's a pretty good draw. So I just need this to live in a security. Nice. And then I just start setting up one of these. One of those. We take the Merva. I would love some Garurumon cards to come off. At least Gabu X probably could have came off. I mean, sure, yes. I'll get into my thoughts about that in just a moment. Dark Blastoids. No, my interaction. Does he make the attack now, or... Because I still have an effect pending, which is the crazy part. Do we play Patamon for the draw? Yeah, I think we play Patamon for the draw. So, select the Time Stranger. Oops, I probably should have took the blimp. Select an Iliad. Select the Time Stranger. Definitely should have taken... Well, I got a blimp anyway. Ooh, that's a good question. I think we just add it to hand. And then we place these at the bottom of the deck. No, we wouldn't want these at the top. Yeah, I needed like one more memory. I do not have barrier. Which one gives barrier? Patamon gives barrier, but you also give barrier. So you're probably better to go on here. And then I can DNA into a shock. We'll go from hand to the bottom. Digi. Didn't really do anything useful. Yeah, I was just shy on memory there, which is unfortunate. So I'm just hoping my opponent doesn't actually have a play line here. Like a reasonable one, but knowing Medusa, they probably do. Maybe not, if they're training at first. Well, I guess they could just make the attack at the end of the turn, so it doesn't particularly matter. So they could attack and then gain 2 memory. Nope. Okay, cool. Well, I guess they attack, gain 2 memory, and Digivolve, and then they're at 0. I might as well. Oh, going right up into a Strachio. Strachio will probably kill both my Digimon. This was such a good stack, too. I was, like, literally just 1 memory shy on actually making a play. So that goes to show how impactful Nyaromon really was, because I was that 1 memory shy. And the egg would have just completely made that null and void. We'll do you in the raising. So, do I have the ability to climb? I don't, so I just have to hard slam you and pray. Ooh. think we'll probably take the shock. And then, do we take I think we take the Angemon. Yeah, unfortunately, this is, like, our only real play line here. We just need to not die. I think the deck needs more Haruko than Asuna for reliable DNAs without Nyaro. That's not a terrible call-out. You're gonna gain so much freaking memory here. No, I think we lose this. So the deck is definitely significantly weaker. I definitely am feeling that. It is very, it is just a little bit weaker. Just because, like, there's certain situations where, memory-wise, with the Nyaro, it would be, like, no-brainers, and I would have everything that I need. So, them being memory deficient, slightly memory deficient, definitely is noticeable. Okay, I think because of the Crimson Blaze, we just lose the game. Because, they swing, I block, I can't play anything out, and then they just swing. So, yeah. Alright. Let's do banless thoughts. Now that people had enough time to join, and I've had a couple of games. We'll just go the toxic cesspool that is Facebook. There we go. Alright. Alright, the toxic cesspool that is Facebook. Hopefully there's not any too mean comments. Oopsies. I need my chats back. Bring me back my chats. There we go. Alright. So, cards that are banned and restricted. So, we have 4 cards added to the list. It was Patamon, Growlmon, Analog Youth, and Nyaromon. Nyaromon is a card that is banned. So, 100% justifiable. All of these cards, for the decisions that they made, is 100% justifiable. There is absolutely no argument from anyone in the entire community that all of these cards did not deserve it and had it coming. So, Nyaromon, just being one of the best yellow enablers for toxic, degenerate strategies involving trashing your security for gaining a memory is just really, really good. Yes, I agree with the ban instead of the limit because, yes, if you only need the 1 egg, you could very much run a trim deck, like a trim egg deck, just to try to see it and be able to use it to OTK still. So, the nature of it being an egg means that it probably was deserving of it. Especially for the massive amounts of resource generation this card gives you. So I think, like, more so the reason why it was banned was probably because of, like, not really Ascend, but just, like, the fact that a lot of yellow decks just, like, incidentally free burn their security to gain extra benefits. And the one thing that I like to describe is like, oh, but burning your security is supposed to be a negative. So we need to give you a positive in order to balance that feeling. But the problem is, usually when Bandai designs cards, and I've said this like before in videos ago, when they do that, they don't understand that the purpose of why you're attaching that negative to a card for how the game plays is actually a benefit. So not only did they make this card a positive effect, but they made it a super positive effect because of the fact that you are also gaining a resource for doing something your deck most likely already was designed to do. So it was just already, just by default, a really stupid card. And they were already playing with very dangerous fire all the way back in BT15 because of the Gatomon. Because it's just like, oh yeah, if Gatomon just gets burned out of security, then it just gets played for free. And they started playing around with the idea of when a card is just straight up burnt from the security, do an additional effect. So like they were already playing with dangerous design space from when this card was initially concepted. So I don't know what they were thinking on this is a perfectly fine card that would be 100% soundproof. Not future-proof, I'm using soundproof just as, like, a different proofing term. But, like, it just felt like this card already was just prime to be abused. So, 100% justifiable on its complete and utter gutting from the game because this was just a pure oversight in design. Alright. Now we get into Analog Youth and Growlmon. So, Analog Youth is one of the oldest, most generic cards that we've had in the game. Obviously, because of how the game has been progressing, more and more decks are able to use the trash in more and more different colors. This being a colorless card just makes it very easy to slot into pretty much everything and anything. So I think, like, again, because of that, it reduces the amount of, like, deck variety that you would have, because it's like, oh, I need a card to fill up my trash quickly. What do I use? Analog Youth is just always there. Zero deck building restrictions or requirements attached to them. So, like, obviously, yes, back in the day, we weren't self-deleting our own Digimon, and I think what really put this card over the edge was the execute mechanic itself. And just a lot of the attack, delete my Digimon, or like sacrifice another Digimon type of effects that they were playing with for a hot minute. So I think, like, obviously because of that, Analog Youth was just a card that was ready and primed, similarly to Nyaromon, that was just going to end up being abused, especially, again, if the reward for deleting your Digimon was to get something else. This is just turning that positive into another super positive type situation, where it's just like, okay, you just have multiple cascading effects of, like, pure and utter raw value. So, we've seen this card be abused basically throughout almost the entire game's history, outside of the very first year. So, it's very understandable and justifiable why this card would go. I mean, it's restricted to 1. So you're still going to, like, any deck that would want that type of ability is still just going to by default run this card, which is the obnoxious part. Like, Bandai just needs to start learning to, like, actually ban cards instead of, like, just limit them. Yeah, this was, like, literally the last bastion for EX1 also. And, like, looking back at it, like, EX1 and BT7 had a pretty decent amount of cards from them be hit. So that's just, like, ironic. One of the other sets I think that had, like, the most cards banned from it was, I think, BT16. I don't remember. I'd have to look at it, but there's a couple of sets that, like, no, it was EX5. So it's just like BT7 and EX5 were two of the most powerful sets we've ever had because, like, from a ban perspective, they had the most cards that are banned and limited from them. So that's just funny that way. Yellow decks that don't even want their security trashed use that card, which just to gain the memory, which is insane. I would agree with that, Green Hill Mario, 100%. As someone who started playing after Numemon Armor Vaccine ban list, but was Nyaro part of the problem or that deck too? I don't remember. Is there... Oh, set. There we go. Where's the Dex? It was being used. It was being used. So it seems like they were more so on Tokamon when the deck first initially started. Well, this one's on Yaramon. So yeah, it was basically still being used and abused, even back then. And I think like the big thing was because this card, whenever a card is removed from your security, so they were just doing that actively. So it was just a free way to always gain your protections. That's why they were using it. But because they were split on like which ones they were running, they didn't need the effect all the time, but they still wanted the effect on the one stack that would take benefit from it. So yes, it was 100% still, like, literally the second a yellow deck was good, that was always the de facto egg. Unless it had like a better pre-canned deck. So yeah, a yellow vaccine was just the first case of we could abuse this. EX5? Yeah, so EX5 was what set was EX5? So we could go set and EX5. I forgot the set's name, but it was when we first got Galactimon. It's when we got Garurumon. It's when we got Protoform. It was the Fanglong set. And yeah, like, it's funny. If you look at special requirements, no. Restrictions, banned and restricted. So like from EX1, you have 1, 2, 3, about like, no, there's more than 3, I think. No, I guess there is 3. You got 3 cards from EX1 that are limited to 1. They just gutted yellow from BT14. I knew it was just way too good. But BT7, like, look at how many bans are from BT7. You had Jack, that was BT4. You had Jet Sylphie, that's 1 from BT7. You had Dorugray from BT7. You had Eismon, both of them. You had Calling from Darkness. So you had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards from BT7 be banned. Was this BT7? No, that's BT6. And then you look at like EX5, and you had the Guru package, the Melga package, and Saya and Co. So like you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards from EX7 be banned and limited, and then from BT7 you had 5. So yeah, it's pretty funny. Funny enough, BT14 Bukamon, that was a funny one. BT14 had some really powerful cards in it. This was BT15. Yeah, that's a BT15. BT16, BT15. Yeah, like when you look at sets, like obviously these 2 sets specifically have the most cards banned from them. I don't think anything else comes close. Yeah, because this is BT3, BT4. This is BT3 still. This is BT4, BT5, BT6. BT8. Yeah, nothing comes close. And, like, it makes sense because, like, from a meta perspective, both of those times were, like, really, really bad. Like, incredibly awful metas. So let's go back to some of the comments. EX Wall has Ice Wall, Melga, and Analog. Anything else? No, it doesn't. It's just those cards. I'm gonna leave this tab up so that way afterward I could show Angry Flip Girl BT26. Are there right now any single playable yellow non-slop decks anymore? Actually, hold on. I have data. I have data. God damn it. I'll call you back. Alright. So slop deck. I mean, I guess like TS Angels, but you could build TS Angels like not to be yellow. Not a yellow deck. Time Stranger slop based yellow deck. So you have two yellow decks here. Maybe if I color code them. There we go. So a pseudo yellow deck. Glowing Dawn can use yellow, so I'm gonna put on gold. This is yellow-ish. Again, it follows under the same guise as like Time Strangers, like TS Angels. Not yellow, 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 not yellow. Sayu Warriors and TB have yellow cards in them, but they are not, I wouldn't label them explicitly yellow. Shine also has yellow cards in it, but I wouldn't label that explicitly yellow. So as of, same thing with Cross, it has yellow in it, but it's not really a yellow deck. So in terms of like more pure yellow, you're just looking at Time Stranger Angels or Time Stranger Jupiter. And that's basically it. Where is chat? I need my chats. Twitch is on the quiet side, which is fine. Yeah, it's mostly just because like Glowing Dawn uses a little bit of yellow mechanics, but again, it's not primarily a yellow deck. So it's literally just Jupiter or Angels in terms of like a more pure yellow deck, and even then, because of just what they are, they're not even pure yellow. They're the closest to pure yellow that we have outside of Shine, but Shine's also half red by default. So no, we don't have any like there's no real current yellow decks being played, because even if we look at like the previous format, BT25, again, you'll see like very similar stuff, just no pure yellow decks. Pure color decks are very difficult to come by at this point in time because everything is just trying to lean heavier into archetypes. So, I think I answered that. Animal Coliseum. Yes, that was EX5. Animal Coliseum. I remember that's when you joined the game. Oh, man. Animal Coliseum was awful. I hated that meta so much. And then right after that, we got Apocalypse. And I'm just like, fuck. It really did a lot of damage to the game. Jupiter is general tribal deck right now. But 2 letters is all it needs for people to dismiss it. Yeah, Time Stranger. Because Jupiter does really, like, he got enough specifically designated Jupiter cards to just want to be his own thing. Even though, yeah, he just also so happens to work with Time Strangers. He's what I would call a micro archetype, where Time Strangers is a macro archetype. So like the macro archetype just does not care about anything other than like the TS trait, whereas like the micro archetype would be like, hey, I care about AGO and Jupiter very specifically. So that's kind of like the differentiation between like macro and micro archetypes, where like a macro archetype could have several micro archetypes in it, and that's exactly what TS is. Glowing Dawn is green-yellow, and even then, it might not stay green-yellow come BT26. So it's probably going to start splashing in some purple, maybe some black. There's going to be just more variety and variance in Glowing Dawn. Right now, because the tools were so limited, Glowing Dawn was just primarily green and yellow. Puppets lost Nyaro? Yeah, and I think, like, without Nyaro, Puppets becomes, like, dramatically less viable. Like, dramatically less viable. Because, like, now you lose your big memory gain to be able to deal damage on a consistent basis and deal massive amounts of damage at that. Like, you can still deal a decent amount of damage, but, like, now you have to change the deck entirely based on the fact that, like, now you can't do your OTK anymore. Or if you can, it's going to be significantly harder. Especially with Analog Youth gone, because, like, you could kind of, like, skirt it around that. But, like, it's more difficult for Yellow to gain memory to be able to make Puppets an OTK deck. So now they lose their OTK, and now we have to basically start building Puppets from square one again, in terms of what do we want this deck to do, and how is this deck going to function and win. And usually, that's too much effort for the vast majority of people to even consider doing, because now they have to figure out all of the matchup spreads, and, like, you literally have to be bored out of your mind and a Puppet loyalist to really want to recraft that deck without its big, like, kill combo. So it's kind of like you have to be like a Ben in a sense, where it's just like, I can take Rocks, and even though Rocks is designed to be an OTK, the game's too fast for an OTK, so how do I turn this OTK deck into a defensive deck? And you're going to have to apply, like, very similar logic to Puppets, which most players just aren't even going to want to put that time or effort into. Because it's not worth it. Like, you see what's topping. Like, I'll go back to EX12. Like, you see what's topping. And it's none of the old decks. It's only the new decks. The new decks are the only things that are winning. Like, BT25, it's, like, way more, I guess, like, here, it's way more obvious to see the cliff, like, the power difference, because, like, you have these 6 decks that have, like, really close to 9-10% in terms of, like, meta top representation out of, like, a relatively decently large sample size, and then you see, like, oh, here's just the complete and utter fall off of everything else. And, like, EX12 is a little bit smoother on that curve, but, like, TB and Angels and Three Musketeers very clearly stand above, like, the majority of the rest of the game, because, like, this is just where the power dynamic is. And, like, oh, hey, look, here's some newer decks that are also still doing well. And then, like, the only ones to make, like, a big resurgence is Galacti, just because of matchup spreads. Like, Galacti was always a really good card. The promo definitely helped push him. But, yeah, like, matchup spreads, like, is what is able to bring specific decks sort of back into the game. So, like, oh, Cross Hearts is good into TB, but Cross Hearts is not good into Three Musketeers, Angels, Volcanus, or basically everything else. So, like, you're really just banking on your matchup spread, trying to hunt down the one specific deck you're able to try to farm. Otherwise, you're just like, okay, this is just as bad as it was one set ago. So, yeah, data's fun. Yeah, Puppets paid for Angel's sins. I mean, like, I think there's still something to Puppets. It's just, it's going to take a lot of work and a very smart and dedicated person in order to really recraft what puppets could be doing. I don't think it's unreasonable. I think it's in that same type of territory as like Medusa, Rocks, Vortex. Yeah, just those three, I think. Where it has some reasonably strong stuff going on inside of it. It's just you have to tune it for the meta. And now that it lost its OTK, you have to tune it even, like, you have to refine it harder. Technically, all the AGO but Jupiter is the only deck that runs and calls cards by specific to archetype. They aren't yellow, or calling by an archetype because they aren't yellow is wrong. Yeah, something along those lines. It leans more towards control and swarm now, which control is not good. Swarm, because of red decks, is also kind of not super great, because a lot of the red decks are trying to run Crimson Blaze. So it's like you go up against red and now you're having an even worse time. So you can't control them and you can't swarm them, so what do you do at the end of the day then? Was expecting Garuru Loop to get hit because Bandai hates loops. Yeah, I think like Garuru Loop just was too small potatoes for them to like care. Although the fact that Growl, I mean, I guess like it really goes and shows that they're probably not caring about this thing, the Growl Loop, because like they know it's not going to be getting any more incidental support. So they don't need to hit it because there's nothing going on with it. Let me grab, while Twitch ads are running, let me grab some water. I desperately need it. Holy shit. Be right back. Alright, I'm back with some water. I put peach in it, so it's peach flavored water, although I probably should have put more water in it. Oh god, so much better. Yeah, it's definitely a locals tier deck when it comes to Garuru Loop and Puppets. They're both locals tier. Like, the big problem with Garuru Loop is it takes too much for it to get going. And even if it starts going, it could accidentally stop because it might not have enough card draw to finish itself. That, and any good form of defense probably just rips it a new one. So it's just like, okay, cool. You're not killing my Digimon. You're just trying to bypass my defense. So if you swing and I have any kind of interaction, you just straight up die. So like against a Beelstar, it's just like, yeah, I swing, cool, Beelstar, counter timing, kill your dude, your combo ends. So it's stuff like that where it's like Bandai probably just isn't concerned, even though yes, it does technically, because of its existence, pose a potential threat in the future. It's just Bandai knows that there's not going to be anything around Garurumon for a while. Even though we are getting an Omnimon deck, that's going to be Omnimon specific and not Garurumon. Puppets should never have had an OTK. We've been always trying to OTK with Puppets all the way from the beginning just because they got a tamer that said Rush. Like, literally because the tamer said Rush, we've always tried to OTK with Puppets. Always. It's just, that was recontextualized when we got Kaguya, where it's just like, oh, we could just sit on Kaguya, and Kaguya is just like absolutely annoying. Dynus OTK, new yellow meta? No, I mean, probably not. Yeah, it's just a slower and worse Gallant. Yeah, just slow OTKs just are not allowed to exist because of how much pressure decks can exert now these days. Yeah, just to have Kaguya that doesn't lose to D-Digi. Yeah, D-Digi just really hurts Kaguya, and there's just a lot of D-Digi still. Like, soft removal has just gotten stronger over time versus hard removal. TB is funny, played against it for the first time, wasn't even finished, and my god. Yeah, TB is just super, super oppressive. And, like, TB is basically what I would define as the new floor. Like, that's the new power floor. That's setting the standard for how things should be played and what you could play around it. Like, it is basically a format warping deck. Because obviously, we saw the two different metas, one with TB, one without TB, and then the matchup spread just changed dramatically because of TB's existence. Yeah, Jupiter's one of the only solid yellow decks. Jupiter and Angels. Because my Angels is mostly yellow. At least how I'm playing it. Mastamon pays for Puppets and Angel Sins. Yeah. Welcome back, Water Dog. Sorry if I'm not calling anyone's names out. I do apologize. I should probably be calling your names out, but like on the YouTube side, I can't necessarily see if you're like a first-time chatter, so but I do appreciate all you guys chatting it up. What's TB's weakness? So TB's weakness, because of the fact that, I'll go back into ban and restriction talk in a minute, but TB's weakness is, cards like this. So, TB is not an OTK deck. It's a deck that just forms a really good board state, and then asks the opponent, can you break this board state? So, you basically just go up into your main Digimon, you deal some incidental damage to all act as a guise to feed your trash. So that way you could start hard slamming Susanomon turn after turn. Because of how good Susanomon is, the opponent is likely never to have Digimon actually stick on their field unless they have Digimon immunities. So one of the big weaknesses to TB is immune to Digimon effects because they don't have any removal option. They just can't efficiently deal with those types of cards. Especially if you also have high DP. So, like, that's one of the big things that is really good into TB. And the only other thing that's really good into TB is just literally out-aggroing them. Where it's just like, okay, you hit my board, I can't have Digimon, but I could still basically do exactly what you're doing, where it's just like, I have a play where I can just play Digimon every single turn, and it also can just make attacks. So that's why, like, Red Hybrids kind of saw a little small resurgence on top of the Nezaha combo, because Nezaha also is an immune Digimon. Then you saw Cross Hearts, where it's just like, okay, you kill my Cross Hearts, so I have material save, so everything goes back under my Tamers, so I could just hard play another one the next turn. So that's kind of like how you have to play against TB, is like either have insane Digimon immunities or the ability to act just as aggressively as them, having Digimon you could play and attack with that very turn. So those are the two big ways on how you could beat TB. So it's not like it's unbeatable, it's just there's very specific answers that not every deck has. Yeah, TB is a format warping level thing. Like, it is that strong. Volcanus has tools, but it's a grind and a half. Yeah, just because Volcanus is like, I can hard play Volcanus, swing, and then, like, Volcanus just has a lot of, like, damage potential. It's just the only problem is you have to sacrifice damage for utility to try to remove their defensive pieces so you could actually deal some damage. So it is a bit of a grindy fest where you're just like, I hard play Susano. I hard play Volcanus. Cool. I can't out your board completely, so this is only going to get slightly progressively worse the longer this goes. Yeah. But anyway, back to the ban restriction. So, Analog Youth, as we mentioned, this was mostly, like, an execute play. Like, execute really highlighted the issues with a card like Analog Youth. So, from a mechanical perspective, they can't make more execute because Analog exists. And, like, Susano was that lesson point where it's just like, oh, we only had one execute Digimon before. Oh, shit, we have another execute Digimon and people are abusing this? Cool. That's gonna suck for a future. So, like, yes, it is future-proofing, but, like, arguably we were always using this card in those niche situations where we just want to turbo our trash and have something to just incidentally gain us some memory back. So, like, yeah, this was just a really dumb, stupid card. And as far as Growlmon X Antibody, this is definitely one of those hits where it's just like, yeah, it should have happened a year ago, so why is it happening now? Because we asked for this card a year ago, and Gallantmon, according to the competitive data that they said that they were scrubbing to formulate this list, which was a complete and utter lie, because I have that data right here. Where is Gallantmon in any of this? Where is Gallantmon in any of this? It's literally almost non-existent. So, according to them, Gallantmon was apparently such a big threat in, like, 80-01, where it needed to get hit, even though Gallantmon was borderline nowhere to be seen. I think it had, like, maybe 1 or 2 toppings, and that's about it. So why is this card actually getting hit? According to them, it's because it is, like, another super hyper powerful generic card that reduces deck diversity, which, yes, it is. But the other part of the problem is more so X Antibody support is just legitimately insane. Like, anytime they do X Antibodies, something from X Antibodies breaks. Every single time, without fail. It is immaculate and incredible how much they fuck up X Antibody design. So the biggest thing is they don't want you playing this with a generic engine that could be formed from the future X Antibody support, or this is going to basically cockblock whatever they want you to play, because this is going to be better than anything that they were going to be printing. So from that perspective, it makes perfect sense why they would hit Growlmon X Antibody, because it's just a really, really strong card, almost too strong in a sense, even if right now it's not being played. It also had, like, a lot of, like, weird and wacky engines that formed from it. So, like, we saw Machine Dramon using Gallantmon stuff because, like, oh, because of the timing of how you could use your effects and the fact that it's one of, if not the only Digimon that spawns a Digimon on its deletion for its level, made some really wonky interactions happen. So, very obvious why that they would hit these two cards. Also, considering how old this card is, and the fact that it's been used for this long, really highlights and shows that, like, they just want us to play a lot of the newer cards, because it's just like, oh, there's really not any replacement to Analog Youth for good reason, mind you, but if they do, it's probably now going to be archetype locked. So, yeah, just a good idea. And then we have Patamon. I really don't know what to say about Patamon. I've hated this card since its release. You could go back to some of my other videos and be like, yeah, I fucking hated this card. The fact that it just evos for free and gains you a memory is just incredibly stupid. And the fact that it only got easier, spoiler, to rig our security for this effect to be more consistent was the reason why TK got hit. So it's just like, oh, we only put more cards like TK in the game because that's just naturally going to be what happens. So it's just like, of course this is going to be prime. Plus, on top of the fact that they broke DNAs, so this was hyper abusable with DNAs. So part of like one of the things that I was like saying, I think it was in a podcast episode, if we look at like the Time Stranger rookies, like there's a specific subset of Time Stranger rookies that only do nothing but power creep the game. And it's the ones that Evo for free. So why is Time Strangers doing so well? Well, there's a lot of different factors that go into it, but like, as you could see from a lot of the data, Time Stranger decks are just like really, really strong. And you don't see a whole lot of like traditional stack-based decks as much. And the reason is like because of these cards. This is part of the reason. So normal decks like Medusamon have to run something like a training card in order to get the same level of value as if you just were running this type of a card. So it's just like, okay, having this free evolution that I was going to have anyway, just makes it easier to climb your stages. And it's built in, so you don't need to run a card like training card. So now that we have training cards basically fused into rookies to be able to climb our stages that much faster, puts that much more stress and strain on the game. So Patamon being a hyper generic version of that also just so happens to see its own ability so it could gain you an additional memory, it was kind of just dumb to begin with. Like, granted, yes, you could say, oh, but in BT14, you had the Agumon that can get you a free evolution to a Greymon. Yeah, look where that's at right now. It's hyper-specific and not very good because a lot of the Greymon cards, while there are a lot of them and some of them have gotten better, they have not really made a name for themselves to warrant that type of ability being good for them. I mean, they still run it, but like, there's just other options that we would rather run, and I think that's just the big thing. It's just like the specificity of how Agumon is getting a free evolution is completely different than Patamon's. Plus, Agumon's ability is like, what, plus 2000 DP? Whoop-de-doo. Like, literally whoop-de-doo. Gaining a memory, way more powerful than plus 2000 DP during your turn. So, like, this card was just prime for being completely and utterly abusable. Especially with how power crypt DNA has gotten. So, like, it's just a symptom of many things. So, perfectly understandable in terms of the ban and restriction list. I think, like, overall, it's fine. But the big sentiment from the community is the fact that, okay, here's this ban and restriction list. What does this actually do for the game? This is the part that people aren't really talking about. They're alluding to it, but I don't really see conversation about it. And I don't know if it's because they don't know how to have that conversation, or they're afraid of that conversation because of what could lead them to be thinking. So it's just like, what does this ban list actually do? The big answer, in terms of meta-changing stuff, one deck got a couple of cards that you could very easily swap out. So you could very easily swap out some cards, and the deck is perfectly fine still. And that's basically what Bandai wants you to do. I think I would just go a 2-2 split. I don't know if I would fully commit to one or the other. I just think a 2-2 split's good enough. But yeah, so like, still playable, still relatively decent, arguably getting better. So, like, this isn't going to not suddenly be a meta deck. It's still going to be very meta. Very, very meta. So, in terms of, like, the viability of where the meta currently is, I guess I should go here. This is more recent data. You have your 7 decks here. that are currently the top 7 meta decks. Does this list change literally any of them? Probably not. Maybe Angels would see some less results because it can't just like turn to OTK people anymore. And that's about it. So like Angels might fall down to like where Jupiter currently is or Galacti, but I still think it's like arguably one of the better decks you could be playing right now. Maybe something crops up in its place, but I don't know. I think like because of the new support next set, it's not going to fall. So that begs the question, what did this ban and restriction list actually do? A lot of people will just say, oh, it's just future proofing. And like they're not entirely wrong. But when every other game has a ban and restriction list that's actively looking at the real metadata that's going on, they use that ban and restriction list to impact the meta that is currently going on. Point in case, the best example that I could give is Magic the Gathering just had a ban and restriction announcement about a week ago for Standard Environment. They banned 3 cards from Standard, and the decks that those cards were being played in were basically the TB of Magic the Gathering, where those decks were warping the entirety of that format around those decks. So remove those decks from the meta, and now what happens? A lot of shit changes. A lot of shit changes. Which, that change opens up opportunity for more things to be playable, more experimentation, and, you know, just having a different experience with the same cards. What did Digimon do for us for this ban and restriction list? Realistically, nothing. All they told us was stop playing the old broken cards and start playing the new cards that are just as broken, if not more broken. And because the combination of broken plus broken equals super broken, that's where the issue really stems from, is like, oh, we didn't think that they would use these hyper generic cards in this particular way with this specific engine that's playing with this mechanic in order to make this end result happen. Like, they're obviously not cognitively thinking about that type of stuff. Like, did it really take Susanomon to be able to open their eyes that, like, Analog Youth is, like, Execute's best friend? When Execute was literally already starting to be played, I mean, it wasn't good, but it was, like, we already started to see some of that with Ghosts. It's just Ghost had to work harder for their Rush Execute plays versus TB, which didn't. And, like, you can make the argument where it's just like, okay, so if that's the problem, then obviously the rush mechanic is the problem, and that, yes, is actually the true part of the issue, is, yes, rush, execute, die, gain memory, buyback turn, that's part of the issue. But it's the fact that they just want to push and promote the newest things. Because if we looked at the last, like, if we even bother to look at the last ban and restriction update, they basically told us, stop playing these old stuff, and that's literally almost the exact wording that they use here, is stop playing the old stuff, play what's going to be new and coming out. We're afraid of this card being played and used in ways that we don't necessarily want to think about, so we're gonna hit it instead. And, like, that's arguably fine. Like, they should be doing that. But they also shouldn't be, like, making it so only the new decks are the only things that are winning. Like, let older decks have some longevity. Because, like, just as an example, like, one of the things that I was arguing about is, let's just say you went into BT25, brand spanking new, you wanted to buy into a BT25 deck, you bought Bears. Bears, competitively, did really well. Was it the best deck? No. Was it an embarrassment? No. It was just a very strong, really competent deck. Well, one set later, where's Bears? Bears completely vanished. Oh, wait, there's Bears. Oh, it's way down there, not performing very well. So anyone who bought into Bears now basically is being punished one set later, which was only 1 month later. So you had 1 month in order for your Bears deck to actually feel like it was a good deck to invest into. And I think, like, the rapid acceleration of just how quickly we're replacing decks is what makes the animosity very, very much real and apparent. And, like, that's arguably my biggest gripe with the game currently, is the fact that, just as an example, I invested into Medusa. So I thought that Medusa would be a good deck. Well, guess what? I was wrong, because BT25 Medusa was part of not even, like, it was there, but it wasn't really there. Like, if you know what I mean. Like, it could barely keep up with the rest of the game. It could keep up, but just barely. And, like, Medusa's arguably performing about the same, if not a little bit worse, and Medusa's just going to get worse over time, potentially. So it's just like, okay, my initial investment into Medusa basically feels worthless, because competitively, there's obviously, arguably, way better decks for me to have invested into. So, like, while it's still present because it still can kind of keep up. But without any new additions or tools, the deck is just going to get worse over time. And, like, yeah, you can make the argument that, oh, but they have the training cards. It's like, yeah, but we already had training cards. Now we have more training cards. But is that really doing what the deck wants and needs? It's like, no, it's putting a band-aid on some of the issues. It's like, it just makes the deck a little bit better, just because now we could run a whole slew of the different colored training cards, because they all are part red. So it's, like, arguably just power creeping the old training cards. So sorry if you invested into old training cards, better get the new ones, because the new ones are just that much more power crept. And I think, like, that's kind of just the big initial issue with Digimon. It's just like, okay, I need to, like, again, going back to this example, I need to run a specific card in my deck to equate the same power of what this card is trying to do already. So it's like a Rookie Searcher in Raising, because I have to run a Rookie Searcher and that's the only one I had, is, like, arguably just fundamentally worse than something like this, where it's just like, okay, in the Raising area, you're still gaining no benefits, but at least with this card, I don't need to have a training card in order to make my rookie more usable. So, like, and if we look at, like, just a basic TB style deck, it's just like you have 2 rookies and a free Evo. So it's just like, I don't need to, like, I could run training cards on top of that, but, like, arguably, I don't even need the training cards, because I already have the free Evo into my level 3, or from my level 3 into my level 4. So it's just like, okay, now this is where things kind of start getting even more power crept, because it's just like, okay, now I could get from my level 3 to my level 4 for basically 0 effort, which was why the other Patamon was hit, was because of that also. So you had 2 Patamons that were working in tandem with each other to gain free evolutions for basically the same things. So, cool, great, nice. That made it so you don't necessarily need the training cards, and you could use the deck space for other things, while other decks have to use the training cards, which means they're running less tools for other things. That's kind of just where this whole rigmarole is kind of going. It's just like, these types of cards invalidate these types of cards, which puts more stress and strain on the game to be faster, 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 and faster. Plus, you combine that with just incidental rushes that can then just make attacks, especially at the end of the turn, agnostic of memory. And it's just like, okay, yeah, I get the idea is to gain instant value out of your cards. You want the gratification of using your cards, which is good. But the problem is, then, you're doing it at the expense of the entire game, because now everything has to just make attacks. It's just like, oh, I'm going to digivolve into this and then make an attack. I'm going to digivolve into this, rush, then make an attack. I'm going to hard play this, vortex, make the attack. It's just like everything is just attack, 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 attack. So we don't really have time to breathe if everything is already breathing down our throats. All right. Sorry about that giant soapbox. Let's get to chatting. Let's get to reading some chat because there was some other chat. You hate Galactic? Galactic is very annoying. I will say that. Galactic is on the other end of the spectrum where it's just trying to stall until its win condition can go off. Otherwise, Galactic is just sitting there and just trying to look pretty and be annoying. Which some people like, and to each their own. It's an infinite loop that hasn't existed since before Bandai. Oh, are you talking about the, the Dimension Scissors loop? Because there's, like, Dimension Scissors and, I'll just put it here. Can I? Yeah. Yeah, so there's still this loop. Or is it this one? No, it is this one. Yeah. So there's still this loop. Like, they don't hit all of the loops. Where it's just like, oh, and arguably this loop is even easier to do now because colors matter way less. So it's just like, I just need a green tamer to set up to do Dimension Scissors. And then, or like, I just have green-purple as like my color pairing, which is already a color pairing in specific decks. Like Belphemon is now more green-purple. So it's just like, you could still do like really silly shenanigans. But like, there are still combos and loops left into the game that Bandai has not addressed. So that's why, as much as I wanted Mad Leo to get hit, because it also just made sense, it's like, yeah, we just don't care. It's too small potato. Every time Pata resolves as a turn 1 push, it makes it feel like it's true Yu-Gi-Oh! With 1-card combo starters? Yeah. That's a very fair and valid take, where it's just like, yeah, I just Digivolve for free, then I Digivolve, I do something, then I swing, I barrier, do something, and then this can come out as security and do something for free. So, like, you're just getting, like, a whole bunch of, like, free actions on top of free actions. But yeah, so, like, kind of rounding out the whole ban list talk for a hot second, it's just like, well, I do think the cards that they hit were good and necessary, which made it a decent list. The biggest thing is what they're not doing, and they're not actively trying to fix the game, because the problems are coming from the new stuff that they're printing, and that's kind of just where Digimon is at. It's just like, they're just curving some of the older cards that are still being used, because they're older cards that are still being used, because they don't want to think about these, or they're not thinking about these things. And obviously something is getting missed and lost, and it's just, for them, it's just easier just to hit those types of cards, because they're not impacting sales of anything new, because heavens forbid we hit Susanomon, which is, like, actually part of the real problem with TBs, is Susanomon. So heavens forbid we actually fix the problem, because the problem is what's making them the money. And, like, that's the unfortunate reality of where Digimon is like, they will always power creep the next set to have something playable inside of it, which is obvious. But, like, think of it almost like a ladder, where it's like, it's a straight up +1 compared to what came before. It is the most direct definition of power creep. Out with the old, in with the new. The new is doing basically everything the old was doing, but better. Or there's a new way that's being recontextualized how the game is being played that most things just can't keep up with. That's just how it is. So sorry for invalidating 90% of what came before it. We just want you to buy the newest and latest thing because that's what's currently out. So obviously they weren't going to hit something like anything from Time Strangers, because Time Strangers is going to be in BT26, which I promise Angry Flip Girl, after this rant, I will get into BT26 talk for a hot second just to show you BT26. So, yeah, like, obviously they're not going to hit anything Time Strangers. They just aren't going to hit anything TB. They're not going to hit, like, basically just anything that's modern. Because that's the only things that's being played. It's just like, oh, boohoo, your, like, the deck that you built a year ago isn't doing well. Sorry. Should have just bought newer cards. Don't know what to tell you there, kiddo. Like, that's kind of just what it feels like. And it's exhausting when it happens. Basically every single set, it feels like. I think BT26 is, I don't know how bad BT26 is going to play out in terms of that, because BT26 is just trying to update BT24 and 25. More so 24 than 25, but there's some stuff from 25 it's updating. But obviously, if it's not getting an update, it's being left behind. So again, going back to that Bears example, you invested in Bears. Bears basically just got fucked. Like, sorry. Should have just bought a different deck. Should have spent more money. I don't know what to tell you, kiddo. And like, I do this out of jest because I really like the game still. Obviously, I wouldn't be here. That's why I have to keep repeating it, because people don't understand I still like the game. I still like playing it. But yeah, okay. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate that Bandai's ban and restriction list, in terms of like actually impacting the game and making the game healthier overall, it's trying to make the newest thing healthier. It's not trying to make the game itself healthier. It's like, oh, our ban and restriction list is just to try to push sales. That's it. And that makes me sad, because it makes me feel like Bandai just doesn't particularly care. And I care because I want to have fun. But if Bandai keeps making the game less accessible, harder to get into, more power crept, sets and decks are being replaced faster and faster, it's just like, it's exhausting. It's really exhausting. All right, there's a lot of comments that I have to read, so I do apologize. Maybe turn 4 if you have oopsies. I need to go up. Empire, thank you for the $2 dono. TB's weakness is Chronomon, trust me. If Chronomon can move fast enough, yeah, probably. It could go toe-to-toe with TB. TB's weakness, yeah. Yeah, immunity and being aggressive, that's TB's weakness. I see TB using Master to Disciple option. Are they using that? Hold on. Are they using that? Yeah, so if anyone's curious about the Japanese side of things, like, I use CG guides, you could look at, like, TB's wins versus, like, everything else. It's a pretty wide gap. So they're starting to use the Dan. Analogs, Dan. I don't see the From Masters to Disciple. Oh, is it because, like, they don't have Analog Youth? Like, are they running that card because they don't have Analog Youth? Is that, like, the transition point that you're making that statement for? Because right now they're not. I don't even think they need it. Like, From Masters to Disciple? Yeah, right now they're not. Oh, oopsies. I'll preload up BT26. Alright. What does From Masters do? Oops. So next time your Digimon would Digivolve, reduce the Digivolution cost by 1. Reveal the top 3, add 1 Huckmon Royal Knight in its name, and then... Oh, trash the rest. Yeah, so they're just using it to basically pay to mill 3. They don't need this, to be honest. Like, they honestly don't need this. Like, sure, it's a cute replacement, but remember, we're getting Kunlun literally in the next set. So, like, they don't need this at all. And, like, that's part of Bandai's thing, is, like, they don't want you to use this inside of TB. And, like, this is arguably clunkier inside of TB, because now you have to specifically use your, like, use this when you have your red cards. Otherwise, this is giving you no value at all. So, like... The big thing between, like, this and Analog Youth, obviously, is, like, Analog Youth is just a white tamer. You could just use it whenever you want. This, you have to use during specific times, and I don't even think that the reward is that good. Like, you, at this point, like, so, if you're just looking at this card as a just mill 3, what's the one cost, like, option? One cost, option. Option. There we go. This fucker. Darkness Wave. Like, just run a Darkness Wave. This could also just grab you back a card out of your trash. And its security ability activates its main, so it's arguably better in some cases. Plus, your egg is already purple, and this costs 1 less. So, all the logic just leads to just use Darkness Wave instead of from Masters. Like, yeah, Masters gets you a -1 on the Evo, which arguably doesn't really matter a whole lot. But you already invested 1 extra memory into it versus a Darkness Wave. So, like, just run Darkness Wave. It's just easier. Like, and that's kind of the argument. It's just like, if you don't need Darkness Wave, you don't need from Masters, because you're already going to be getting more cards next set that are going to just fill up the rest of the deck spaces that Analog is being taken out for. And some decks aren't even running a whole lot of Analog, so it's not like that matters a whole lot. I'd still argue that TB, while it's strong, it's not as format defining as something like Three Muskets. Three Muskets is definitely, like, it's one of the cornerstones for the meta, 100%. Because if one of the weaknesses to Susanomon and TBs is Digimon Protection, then Three Muskets just says, hi, Digimon Immunity, how do you like option-based removal? And then the Digimon's just like, I don't. And it's just like, good. That's why we're viable. Is because we do it the best, and they still also have their turn 2 OTK, which is silly. So yeah, it's like between those two decks, those are very much the cornerstones of the meta. The other weakness is immunity. Yeah. Volcanus usually beats TB. It can. Like, Volcanus isn't that bad into TB just because of the hard slam attack right away. Like, that's really the only thing that really fucks over TB is just attacking right away with a Digimon that you just hard played or got on the field. In terms of being able to try to skate underneath Susanomon and get around him. Yeah, it's for future-proofing. There's already a loop that Bandai didn't hit. There might be another one. Like, I'm sure there's another loop that Bandai didn't hit that I'm not thinking about. It got rid of, in terms of a toxic play pattern. Yeah. BT26 seems like they're focused on purple. It's not entirely purple focused. So, like, with BT26, I have it pulled up right here. There is a lot of purple. Is this everything inside of the set? This doesn't look like it's the full set. Let's hit refresh. Yeah, this looks more right. There is a lot of purple, but like, you have to understand colors matter way less now than they ever have before. Like, just because a card looks like it's a purple card doesn't actually mean it's a purple card. So it's just like, okay, here's like Medicmon, just as an example. This is a yellow card, right? It looks yellow. It does yellow things. Is this being played in a yellow deck? No, it's not. So does that make it really a yellow card? No, not really. It's just using yellow as the identifier for the mechanics that it's working with. It doesn't actually mean anything. And that's kind of just where a lot of like slop design or archetypical design comes from, where it's just like, oh yeah, this could digivolve, or not, that was a bad example. Here we go. This is a green card, right? It's a good thing it could digivolve off of red, blue, yellow, purple, green, whatever, as long as it's Time Stranger. Like, who cares? It doesn't matter if it originally was coming from a green card. It's only green because it's trying to give you a visual color identifier of the mechanics. But in terms of, like, this being used in a green deck, no, purple decks are going to use this card. Why? Because it's a Titan card. But does that make Titans purple? Or does that make Titans green? It's everything. It just doesn't matter. So colors just matter way less. So like, while there is a lot of visual purple indicators, it doesn't necessarily mean these are purple decks that are being played. It's just like, okay, here's Beat Break. Is this going to make it, like, is Beat Break a purple deck? No. It just means now they have access to purple mechanics. So they're a red, or not red, well, I guess a little bit of red. They're a yellow, green, purple, black deck primarily. Those are the four colors they most of the time play in. So it's just like, cool. This is just another tool to their toolbox, which is why we call them slop decks. Is because, like, do I need to digivolve specifically on a green Digimon? No, I just use it in Time Strangers and I ignore the fact that it's purple. So if I'm sounding aggressive, I do apologize. It's just I'm passionate, and that's kind of just how it comes off. Grand Archive did seasonal bans, locking out basically 3 of the best performing decks for the season. That's kind of interesting. I wouldn't mind, like, an attempt at that, but, like, at the same time, like, that would probably not go very well for Digimon. Like, Digimon could implement rotation. Not to start the rotation talk again, but, like, Digimon literally could have implemented rotation and our meta would look exactly the same. Like, literally exactly the same. Why is that? Well, it's because the decks from the last 2-3 sets are the only ones that we're actually playing. So, everything else could have just gone away. And if honestly, like, if they're just going to treat the ban list as a way to sell cards and, like, try to sell you on future decks, rotation does that too. It's just like, yeah, this card from 5 years ago, rotate it out. Why did we need to think about that? I'm not saying Digimon should be rotation, but I'm just saying, like, the ban list seems like it matters less and less, and it's just there to act as a stopgap for what they could have done if the game was rotating to begin with because of the level of power creep that we're at. I'm really behind on chat. I do apologize, like, super deeply. Like, holy shit. It made the game more fun. Like, banlist got rid of annoying play patterns. I mean, that's always good. Like, that's what banlist should do, is getting rid of annoying play patterns and actually fixing the issues with the current state of the game. Not, hey, we're going to be making it so that you can't play these cards in the future for the future decks that are going to be playing. But is this going to change anything now? No. And I think, like, if you look at every other game, it literally does not operate that like that. I would probably say at least about 80 or 90% of the other games do not use their ban and restriction list in that capacity at all. They're just like, this is a problem. We need to fix it. This is how we fix it. Then I literally looked at the current format and said, these are all brand new decks. Cool. They're making us money. Cool. So we don't need to hit anything from these because they're the brand new stuff that's making us money. Bears is a fair example because technically it is a new deck that just released and now it's basically being power crept. Yep. I know that's not exactly what you said, Empire, but that's basically what you said. Didn't the argument for Bears not work because the other BT25 decks still performed well? Yeah, but like Bears, like from a meta perspective, like this is the current environment for BT20 or EX5. So it's just like you have 7 standout decks. Bears is not one of them. Bears literally just came out. It was a good deck in the previous format. So it literally took one set for Bears to be power crept out of the game. And if you look at BT26, outside of generic Time Stranger stuff, Bears is not getting better. So if you bought Bears, you are actively being punished for investing in that deck because it is only getting worse and literally has gotten worse within the month. Like, you had 1 month to play that deck. And now it's like, it's not unplayable, but it's not favored at all. And that's kind of like where I'm talking about. So to me, it's like the best example because I almost made that mistake getting Bears. So what else we got? How long should a deck stay viable? Your general time frame is about 2 to 3 sets. I would probably say at least 6 months to a year, I would probably say. That's like my ideal time frame is like probably ideally every 6 months you would want to get a new deck. Or like be pressured into getting a new deck. I think like, so my biggest metric is like after about 6 months, you should feel meta-wise pressured to get a new deck, but not like mandatory to get a new deck. And then like at about a year, it should feel like almost mandatory. Not like exactly mandatory, but like, hey, my deck is no longer functioning against the current environment in almost any capacity. I need to get a new deck. So I think like that should start at about the 6 month time frame. I'm still baffled how the Digimon team makes their ban list. Do you imagine if Yu-Gi-Oh would take the same approach? More than half the legacy decks would be dead in the water. Oh my god, don't even. Yeah, like most decks do not do their ban and restrictions like Bandai does. Oh man, don't. Oh, that would be so brutal. Digimon ban lists are the point of rotation, or are at this point is just rotation with extra steps. Yeah, it's like soft rotation. Zauer's on the money. In fact, that's why most of my friends hesitate on getting into the game. 3 sets in, and the competitive decks they invested in are already getting stomped. Yeah. No, it's brutal. Like, I did that with Medusa. Like, so 8001 literally killed like the physical drive for me to get like the competitive rush to get new decks, because the goalpost was moving too fast and I literally couldn't keep up. And then I saw BT25 and I'm just like, okay, the goalpost is literally just miles ahead of me and I just physically can't keep up. You're saying all this and I'm quite frankly hearing it as there wasn't enough design space in the game to go for power creep to be reasonable. I think like if they slowed things down and experimented a little bit more, there probably would be more design space, but because they keep trying to push new things like hyper rapidly, it just eats up design space like really, really quickly because they just aren't sitting on mechanics. It's just like, we have 6 different ways to attack at the end of the turn. Do we really need 6 different ways to attack? And they're only printing more. So it's just like, what are we doing here? Like, just stop, slow down, let the game breathe a little bit. Like, did we really need, like, more free Evo rookies? Like, the free Evo rookie we already had just got limited. Like, shouldn't that tell you something? Granted, there's other factors that go into it, but it's just like... Yeah, I think they're just, like, turboing through design space. Which is not necessarily what they should be doing. Growlix and Millennium is an infinite loop. Oh, that's what you were referring to? Yeah. No, that's a good one. Like, I don't play Millennium, so that one kind of sneaks by me. I think we're at a misunderstanding. I think competitive decks should have a lifespan of around 2 to 3 sets. And you're talking about BT sets. Okay. Yeah. I think, like, BT sets, that's about right, because then that's about every 6 months. So, yeah, I think that's about right. Because the thing with Bandai scheduling is every 4 months is a BT set, right? No, every 3 months is a BT set because we have 4 BT sets in a year. And then in between that, they have 3 EX sets. So it's just like, okay, that creates really awkward and poor pacing. So that's where a lot of the issue is coming from, is like, what sets are we referring to? Yeah, talking BNR. I know I find it funny, but ban cards make the game faster. Yet printing more cards makes the game also faster. Yes. Hi Galman, by the way. Yeah, you're the only person that I have been following who still play Digimon. Everyone else has stopped. I mean, that's not an uncommon thing. But yeah, so, like, it's the, like, Magic... So, going back to the Magic example, because, like, it's honestly one of the best parallels. As much as I hate where Magic is currently, they say some incredibly smart shit. Where it's just, like... Wizards of the Coast was very open and honest with their player base, where they're just like, hey, Vivi was a mistake. This card power crept the game to an unhealthy level. And unfortunately, we're going to print more cards that are on that same type of level. So you're just going to have to get used to that shit. But don't worry, we're going to be a little bit more proactive, so it's not going to, like, stay that long when that type of situation occurs. So it's just like, they acknowledge that they can't necessarily stop because of Hasbro just breathing down their throat to print more and make more, and they have less time to check their homework, especially, like, just with the way standards being ran. There's a whole separate story about that, but they openly admit that they said that they fucked up, and they're going to continue to fuck up, but they're going to try to fix their fuck ups when they become too big. And Bandai has yet to make any kind of a claim close to that, and instead Bandai's just like, we're going to fuck up, and we're just going to keep fucking up, and we're not going to fix anything. We're just going to try to soft rotate things. Digidelay is, wait, the Digidelay is generic? I think it is. Yeah, the delay is generic. It's just everything else around the card is not generic. But the delay is generic. Wild. Wild design. Yes. Do I think it's actually a problem at the end of the day? No, because they're telling you use this in Royal Knights and Huckmon. But it's wild actually thinking about that. Yes, this is a generic. It's just pay 2, mill 3, unless you hit a Royal Knight or a specifically named card, and then it's just a generic reduced by 1. Yeah. Yeah, Darkness Wave. Okay, so now we're on Darkness Wave. Bears dropped down because of the unwinnable TB matchup? Yes. And that's the point. It's not because of power creep. No, because TB is power creeping. Like, TB is power creep. If you're telling me TB is not power creep, then I don't know what games we're playing. TB 100% is power creep. So yes, they were power creeped out because of the meta matchup change, because the new hot deck was power crept. Like, I don't know how to explain Susanomon other than power creep incarnate. Like, he is basically Apocalypse 2.0 in a sense. Which is funny, because it doesn't feel like they learned from Apocalypse. Or they did, it's just the people that did learn that mistake were fired, or that let go, or changed departments, or promoted, or whatever. 8001 nuked my collection value. While making the new printed cards overpriced? Yes. That is exactly what 81 did, and I hated 8001 for it. The thing about the rotation from how I saw Magic the Gathering. So, like, part of Magic the Gathering is they're doing 3-year rotations, which is, like, incredibly fucked up because the card pool is just too huge. So, like, obviously when you have overlapping archetypes because of just, like, how the Escher stairwell kind of, like, philosophy works, where it's just like, okay, we're going to have one set be about landfall, one set be about enchantments, one set be about artifacts. So let's loop back to landfall in about a year or two and give that archetype support. But now they did that again and again and again, and it's just like, okay, there's just too many building on this one particular thing, so things started breaking in half. It's just too many cooks in the kitchen. You're just picking the best of the mechanics that they have on repeat. Only having red ability, only having red have the ability to end of turn attack is incredibly unfair. I mean, like, I don't think it's just, I think it's just the problem is just everything is just attacking. Like, that's part of the problem is, like, everything has rush, everything is attacking, you're just not allowed to breathe, and that creates, like, just hyper accelerated and condensed gameplay, where it's just like, okay, I'm going to swing, end of attack, or I'm gonna digivolve, then digivolving, even though the memory's passed over, make an attack, then I get a digivolve mid-attack, and then I get an ability that then says, hey, I get to use a card, that then plays a card, that then searches me something, and now I have rush, and now I could then just make another attack. So it's just like, it's just attack, 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 attack. It's just cascading effects equals attacking equals more cascading effects equals more attack. Like, that's kind of just what it feels like. The thing that killed Bears in the TB matchup the hardest is harder than Susano is Kaguya. Yeah, I mean, Kaguya is just also really good. Because they can't get rid of, like, so that's just a deficiency in Bear's removal type. So, like, Bears was always primed to be outdated, like, really, really quickly. It's just, you would have liked it to not be 1 month later. So, like, Kaguya is less of a power creep thing than Susano. But Susano enforces that they just will never have a board state ever. And then Kaguya says, if you think about having a board state, you're going to have to fight through this, which you physically can't. All right, let's play some more Angels. So, like, I understand that, like, meta matchup changes based on, like, what decks came out and what decks are popular. You tried adding me on Discord? Is my Discord name different from YouTube? No. I'll get you in a second. Oh boy. Where's Discord? Discord. I don't want to switch accounts. Oh, it's my turn. This is kind of gross. No, my Discord username is the same. Do I have my numbers? 9238. 9238. 9238. Hashtag 9238. Oh, I was able to play stuff. So now they have 2 free evolutions, which is incredibly fucked up for us. Are they gonna do anything with those 2 free evolutions? We'll find out. I guess also, while I'm at it, invite to server, copy. There's a link to my Discord, anyone in YouTube chat. Circle back, calling Susano APOC 2.0 is a wild take. Is it, though? Is it really, that wild of a take? Oh, are they just doing the same shit that we are? What the fuck are they doing? 3 Musketeers that runs Shakamon? Are they just using Shakamon to, like, just burn more security so that way they don't have to red bind as hard? Yeah, so, like, this kind of highlights, like, how toxic DNAs are. And, like, how toxic free Evos are. Like, from the rookie level. Because I had to set up a training card in order to get the same output as my opponent just moving out of raising. And then I lose the game. Cool. I love this. Absolutely fucking love getting turn 2 OTK'd because I couldn't deal with their board. I guess technically that was turn 3. No, that was their turn 2. Okay, that was a turn 2 OTK. Yeah, totally fine and valid to just let that live. Not a problem at all. No, zero issues. You know, that's borderline intended, you know? They did end up using a Shakamon to burn my security in a 3 Musketeers deck. Like, for heaven's sake. Do I take this? I think I take this. Yep, glad the ban list really fixed the game and the matchup spreads and the decks that are being played. It did a very good job. Yeah, Angels is perfectly fine after the ban list. Like, we just can't, like, hyper-toxic degenerate turn 2 OTK. Like, we actually have to play... Like, Angels actually has to play the game. Heavens forbid, Angels playing the game. What a novel concept. Yeah, I think I do just take the Haruko. I think we do just take the Shaka. Shaka. I sound mad? I just get heated about certain things. I'm not, like, mad. I'm just, like, heated. Or, I guess, energized? I don't know. What's the best way to put it? I would argue that power creep in TB is the egg. Yes. Execute on an egg probably is the biggest mistake they could have done. But, like, so the idea of Susanoo being, like, he's not really APOC, but he's APOC adjacent. Because, like, obviously the more TB cards that they make, or the more Shambhala cards they make, the more Susanoo is able to grab. And part of what made APOC so ungodly awful was the fact that he was a, hear me out, level 7 Digimon. You could hard slam that progressed your game state, that you could use multiple different cards in your trash to be able to get a Digimon with various different abilities to be able to answer the opponent's field at the same time. And when you get rid of the Digimon, then yeah, I think I get rid of this. Sorry, thinking. Oh, I should have got rid of the blimp, and then I could have brought back the blimp. Okay, never mind. We drew into okay cards, so we're fine. Yeah, so once the Digimon was deleted, all of the sources and materials that were used to play the Digimon go right back into the trash for the next one to be lined up to be used over and over and over again. So even though, like, yes, it's not particularly the same as APOC, it's very APOC adjacent because of just how many cards it's reaching, how it's interacting with the game, and just the fact that you're just turn after turn slamming this card and the opponent doesn't have a whole lot of ability to deal with it. What upgrades would I put into Angels in BT26? I have no idea. I have to actually read BT26. Didn't quite do that in full. I just read the app cards and that was it. So what did my opponent do? So this is, keep in mind, this is like, what, their turn 2? I think we just take another one of these. Because we might not get a third turn. And then we, what, bottom deck these? It's unfortunate I don't get a free Evo here. Would have been nice. So, do I just shock right away here? I think I do. No, I have to rig my security first. So I Digivolve here. We will go top. Then DNA, the cards that can't attack. Then from sources, top. Play out an angel. Why, yes, I would love to. I don't need to DNA right away. What does this all turns effect do? Burns me a security. Play out an angel. Why, yes, I would love to. Thank you very much, game. Oh, I get to draw a card now? Nice. Put you on top. Oh, you get to unsuspend. He gets to unsuspend, chat. Let's go from our sources. Um, yeah, we'll just do the inheritable that's not doing anything. Bottom. This has a redirect, right? No. No redirects? Okay. So I'm just raw BMing at this point. Shaka wins again! Yes, as you see, Angels is perfectly fine. So I'll play one more game and then I'll look at BT26. Like most of times, Susano is not the reason I won the game in TB. The way I was playing TB, it felt very much like Susano was the reason why I was winning. But that's just my personal experience. And like, I only say that because, like, most of the time, I would just, like, hard slam Susano out my opponent's field, and then they just were struggling to keep up. So it's just, like, it felt like everything I was doing up until Susano just realistically didn't matter, and then once I had my Susano set up, it just felt like what was coming from him more specifically was winning me the game. Sure, there's a whole bunch of, like, other cards, like Susano, like, setting up your Semyojin arrivals to play out a Kaguya is, like, huge, but, like, the Semyojin wouldn't realistically trigger if it wasn't for Susano killing himself, so it's just like, okay, that's just, like, again, that's how my opinions were being formulated. They could be completely wrong and off base, and, but that's just how it felt like to me playing it. Oh, I want all of these cards. I just have to take you. So, like, the other cards in TB are also strong, but, like, Susano felt like it was what I was using to win the game more often than not. I think I'm going to rock a whole month of non-Susano TB just to, I mean, TB's still pretty strong because, like, you just play the game a little bit slower and differently. So, like, without Susano, you're probably using Amaterasu to try to deal as much damage as possible and try to, like, trash hate on the opponent. So, like, the deck can still function without Susano. It's just, it felt like most of the time I was winning because I was playing Susano. And that's just my personal experience. It's just like, I can understand, like, okay, you still have, like, execute, but, like, now you don't have rush execute, so you have to time and plan things a little bit more methodically, and then it's going to be slightly harder to remove the entire opponent's board because you just don't have an easy Susano button. I think I set these up, and then I'm good to go. Like, I'm not saying that TB can't win without Susano. It's just, it made it feel like using Susano just increased the clock in which I was putting my opponent on because I had that additional play line to just remove things easier than what every other tool in the deck kind of does. What egg would you replace, and the 3 Patamons? So right now I'm using Wanya. And, instead of Patas, I'm using Patamon, I'm using Elecmon, and I'm using the, other free Evo Pata. So those are the rookies that I'm running. My opponent built that pretty quickly. Oh, they don't have a follow-up, or they're choosing... Yeah, they don't have the egg for the follow-up. That's fine. So is Angels a bit more enjoyable to play since the egg was banned? I mean, it's not as memory efficient. This is 6K, so I don't even think I could play that out. I needed this one. So I could play that out, move out, Digivolve. So I think I only use one of them. What's in my trash? It's just those two. Yeah, I think I just use this for right now. And then we just gotta be aggressive. Be aggressive. So I don't have anything to rig outside of this, which Shock can do. So I think I just Digivolve here first. Get some good card draws. That's really good. No. That's not particularly great. Now we DNA. So we might as well get the extra free attack. We could still play at out the Electmon. Yeah, but we won't have the memory to be able to use it as well as we want. I think now we play out an Electmon. We save the Pegasus for something later. We get a card draw. Ooh, that's probably arguably better than the Jupiter. So I could attack into this and then go into this to pass turn. I could choke him to 1 if I memory boost it. So I would de-digivolve him. Because this starts at the main phase? Yeah, so if he moves out, then he gets to choose to make the swap. Or do I just... I don't think I could ignore it. Because if I go into this, then I could potentially go into another Shock, but I'm not winning the game. So I think my best play is just to set up a Merva. So attack here. Set up the Merv. I'll hold on to this in case I need the resources. We'll play out the Patamon. Patamon will dig me these 2 cards. We'll take the Shock. We'll take the Mag. And then we'll reboot. Like, I'll play a little bit of TB. Like, I have 0 objections of playing some TB. But, like, the way I play TB, because Susanoo exists as a card, I just am going to play Susanomon. So it's just like, okay, if this was any... Like, there's a lot of situations where I could see where it's just like, if this wasn't a Susanomon, I would have to struggle a little bit harder. And Susanomon just turns the game on easy mode because it just takes a lot of the decision making away, because I could just hard play Susanomon, attack with execute, and then just wipe the opponent's field and keep it as clean as possible. Just it's just the game on easy mode. So it's just like, that's where I feel like the power creep, like there is some initial power creep because of how easy it is to use that card and how effortlessly it just cleans the opponent's field. Oh, my opponent's going to try making a play here? Maybe I should have used this Shock instead of this Shock if I knew I was going to Digivolve. But I guess this is fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to Haruko this Patamon out to be able to Digivolve into the Pegasus. We'll just throw this in here. Because it'll eventually trigger. I just have to remember how, when, and where. Enamon would be coming out, so it would be choice for Susanomon. Yeah. No, I mean, TB's just getting more support. No! My Patamon! Even though, arguably, I would say that Elecmon is more dangerous. They can't attack, which is funny. Like, they can attack. They just would die to Merva. Oh, 15? Do I... So I let this go through and he blows, what, my Merv up? I think I'm okay with that. Do I use barrier? I don't think I need to. We grab the Angemon and this. They had a better line here? Me or them? They could have gone Owen, forced the attack, used Medusa, pop Merva, and bottom deck it. Oh, I see what you're saying. On Evo to pop, yeah. And then bottom deck it so that way the on delete doesn't trigger. Yep. You are correct there. So the big question is, do I play Patamon off of it or Angemon? I think we play Patamon because I get the free Evo anyway. And Patamon just nets me a card draw. So we do Pegasus. Because we're just going to crack this Evo here and then go all the way up again. I mean, them playing a Digimon is, like, inconsequential here. For the most part. Yeah, removing my stuff is, like, arguably more important. Do I bother making an attack here, or do I just straight up just DNA? So I'm gonna have to Digivolve here. Patamon back here. So we can... I wish this had barrier. Because otherwise this attack is pretty risky. So if we make the attack, what are we doing? We would make the attack, they would be at 2, we burn, and then they would be at 1, so I think we just have to DNA and try to control the board. We could throw this in here. Then we get a D-Digivolve. Play out. We'll go to the top. So now I can make this attack. Minus 2k. We will not, because we need to... This is perfectly fine, because we have... Oh, we don't have any Digimon to play! Fuck. Shit. Damn. What does this do? I think we just go Merv here, if this is the case. Just get rid of this. Play out the Electmon, I guess. We will grab... Yeah, so, like, I feel like there just is a little bit of memory deficiency. We'll go from the trash. Play out a shock. From our sources? And... Alright, cool. So we should have a okay enough of a defense. Sort of. If there's a CS Angel in your grave, you can get your second shock on the field. Yeah. There was. I mean, I could just res a shock, but it's fine. Like, they're gonna have to fight through this D-Digivolve, which is gonna be very difficult for them. Well, actually, it's not super difficult. It's just they also have to contest with the Juno. If they Crimson Blaze, I think we're just dead. Okay, cool. So, I think we're just done here then. Yeah. Oh, that's Aldemon. We're not doing Aldemon. Where's TB? Where's my tuberculosis? Invalid deck? How dare they? My one of analog youth. Oh no. Oh, woe is me. I went from 2 analog youths to 1. However will I live? I think I just put in another one of these. And I'll be fine. So let's look at, here we go. So, Angry Flip Girl, if you're still in here, basically a lot of what BT26 is doing is basically the same stuff as BT24 and BT25. So you're going to have your 3 main archetypes, or I guess technically 4 main archetypes, which is going to be Atmon. So you're going to have your Atmon. Where's Dante? Dante's going to be the representation for App. There we go. So you're going to have your Atmon. Then you're going to have your Time Strangers. So just picking random Time Stranger cards. Zombie Pluto, sure. Then you're going to have your Glowing Dawn, and you're going to have your Data Squad. Like, that's the majority of what's going to be inside of the set. So it's just like, you just then break down what you feel like you're going to care about and pay attention to. You also have like some little incidental support cards, so like Kunluns for TB, and you do have a little bit of like TB cards. Obviously you have like Titans being a subset of Time Stranger. Then you just have like random CS card, and then I think you have like what? No, that's Time Stranger. Version 4, you just have like a random version 4 card. So it's just like you have some like random cards here and there. But for the most part, it's going to be like, here's your Titans, here's your Iliads, here's your apps, here's the Beat Break, here's the Data Squad, here's your Shambhala. And that's kind of for the most part it. Like, I know I'm just like over glorifying things in a sense. But I really have to like sit down and like understand what these are doing. In order to like really evaluate stuff, because you do have like some crossover cards and where it's like this is both Time Stranger and Shambhala. And then you have like a lot of not, yeah, I mean AGOQs could fit into Yellow Angels too, but where's the other AGOQs? I don't know. I don't know where the other AGOQs is. I spelled AGO wrong. Those are Jupiter cards, but yeah. So it's basically just like looking at what you want and looking at what's being supported if your deck is even being supported. So it's just like, the easiest thing is just looking at the mega level Digimon, because that's where like the majority of support cards are coming from. So it's just like in Angels, just as an example, we have Juno Hysteric Mode, which is just an absolutely nutty card. So obviously I'm already playing Junomon, so I could just easily slot in Juno Hysteric into the deck. I'm also playing with Mervamon, so I could, or Minervamon, so I could even consider using Mervamon as a nice little support card too, because it's just working with Time Strangers, it's working with Iliad, which is basically everything I'm already doing. So I have 2 extra mega level Digimon that I could use as support cards. And then it's just kind of just going backwards from there is how I like to work at it. So it's just like, okay, what are my level 5s? What level 5 cards would go into Angels? Well, there could be Juno Holy, or not Juno Holy, Agio Choose Holy. Technically, there could be Pumpkin because of the Ascension mechanic and the security effect. Not this card. I could even run Dark if I really felt like it. Just because it's working with Time Stranger cards. So, like, it's just small stuff like that, where it's just like, you just basically work your way backwards. Okay, is there any level 4s that would support Angels? So there's Wizardmon that could help support Angels, because it's kind of just playing inside of everything that I'm already doing. Colors don't really matter. I just care about the fact that it says Time Stranger and Iliad for the most part. So, like, it just makes life easier just to pay attention to that. In terms of, like, archetypical deck building. Would there be any 3s that I would run? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Like, you could technically... I mean, this is a Titan. So maybe not Sala. But that's kind of just what you do. And it's just a continuation of what we've already had. Yeah, so, like, you could do Angel low end, Juno top end, with, like, the middle being Agios. Like, there's just a whole bunch of goofy stuff that you could do. Just because the archetype is, like, pretty open-ended, because it just cares about Iliad or Time Stranger. We could keep this. This is fine. We have a line. I haven't picked up, you haven't even picked up EX12, and it's really expensive for some reason. Yeah, because a lot of people are playing TB, and TB is, like, the best deck in the game right now. Like, the majority of the other stuff, aren't really that expensive. Or, like, anything that's not Shambhala from that set's not super expensive. Do I set this up? Because don't I have, like, Digivolve Execute combo? I think I set this up. I think we just take the Semyojin, so that way we can, play out the Kaguya. I mean, you don't need to pick up EX12 at all. Like, if you're not planning on playing Shambhala, do not touch EX12 with a 10-foot pole. So, like, because EX12 is mostly just Shambhala and a bunch of garbage, you just don't even need to pay attention to it. Unless you care about Shambhala, then that's the only thing you should be paying attention to, and then looking at what Shambhala cards from BT26 that would support what you just built. So that's kind of just like how you kind of have to look at things. It's just like, what do I want to build? What do I have? What's going to be supporting what I have? So, like, unfortunately, if you didn't invest in Data Squad or Beat Break, the majority of what's going to be in BT26 is not going to be for you. If you didn't invest in Time Strangers, basically anything, the vast majority of BT26 is not going to be for you. So, like, what does that realistically leave? Well, if BT26 isn't going to be supporting anything you want, and the idea of BT26 is to update stuff from BT24 and 5, then, okay, cool. You could just skip the set and wait until you see something in the next set that is a little bit more attractive or appealing to you. Sure. I don't know if this screwed anything up for my opponent, but I can't attack or block, so I don't know what they're planning on doing with Coachmon. I'd only buy EX12 to collect the box. I was gonna upgrade your machine deck, but I don't want to spend 120 bucks. So, like, if you're talking about, are you talking about machines or Metal Empire? Because those are two different things. Because you realistically don't need anything from EX12 if you're updating Machine Dramon. But if you're trying to build Metal Empire, then you need everything from Metal Empire. Just buy the singles, please. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, Greenhill. I'm gonna build 7 code and get the new Glowing Dawn cards. I'm basically in the same exact camp as you, Gabriel. I'm gonna be spending as little money as I humanly possibly can doing so. Short for Machine Dramon? Yeah, so Metal Empire also has a Machine Dramon in it. So, like, that's kind of where my confusion stems from. Does this have blocker? It does not. So, do I just do the thing? So, I could set up a Semyojin. I could Amaterasu, execute, maybe kill Poseidon? So we discard you, draw 2. Digivolve here. Minus attack, minus security, execute, make the attack. Draw one, trash one. Draw one, trash one. An Airy. Oh, man. Fire rockets. Oh, God. They are trying to go blazing here. Do I Kaguya or do I just Amaterasu? Amaterasu would mean I get to ascend. Kaguya would mean I get to flood the field. And remove their Digimon because their Digimon doesn't have any protection. So I think we just... would Amaterasu actually kill their Digimon? Minus 5,000 for each of that Digimon's colors. So I get to do minus what, 15? So it's probably just Kaguya. Do I play Kakashi? Or do I play Shell? I think I play Kakashi just to draw and cycle. Ooh, that's good. Bottom deck. Goodbye. All right. So I don't think there's anything my opponent can do. Sure, I didn't set up Susanoo yet, but like I just flooded the field. How many cards do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I can Susanoo if they do find a way to deal with this. And, like, this is kind of just where I find Susanoo to be easy mode, because, like, I literally don't have to think about my next turn at all. It is literally just attack and then Susanoo. Like, nothing on my opponent's field will realistically matter. Because they won't have a field because Susanomon just kills it. So, like, if my opponent were to, let's just say, hard play something, be able to get up into another high-level Digimon, then I could literally just, like, in response, Susanoo, kill them, where, like, an in response Amaterasu would be a little bit more cumbersome to do. So how would you counter these Digimon? I mean, like, it's just specific abilities. Like, that's it. It's just like, oh, how do I get around Fortitude? Well, you bounce the Digimon, or you stun the Digimon and keep it from doing anything. Like, that's kind of just what you do. Yeah, proactively Crimson Blaze, or Crimson Blaze out of security and pray. Yeah, so, like, right now, Crimson Blaze would kill everything but Kaguya. But the dumb part is, if they Crimson Blaze, then I'm still Susanooing. Because it doesn't stop Susanoo. So it's like, if they Crimson Blaze me, just as an example, I Hard Slam Susanoo, I make an attack, I recover, kill whatever board they have. I won't be able to play out Digimon by effects, so it just means I hold off on using Semyojin. But because I still would have a Mega level Digimon, even under a Crimson Blaze realistically wouldn't be mattering a whole lot here. It's just like James says, how do I deal with this? You don't. So, like, in the instance where my opponent is able to, like, slightly deal with the board, a Amaterasu play is not nearly as effective as a Susanoo play. In this situation, if, let's just say, my opponent deals with the majority, if not everything on my field. Yeah, so funny enough, without analog, you actually do have the space for a Dan. So again, here's another example of like Susanoo just being easy mode, because I literally just hard play Susanoo, wipe their whole field, and then I don't even have to think about their last security card at all. Like, it is just easy mode. And now I'm attacking essentially for game. Like, and I'm not saying, again, that, like, not to try to prove a point. It's just, like, I do think there is a way to make Shambhala or TB work without Susanomon. It's just, to me, Susanomon just feels like I'm making the game significantly easier. I mean, it seems like if the board is set up, what's the reason to continue playing? So that's why the opponent has to have, like, a response. So in that example, my opponent needs to hard play a high-level Digimon to be able to attempt to out my field. Otherwise, yes, they're basically, the game is effectively over in that state. I think we do this first. And then we Semyojin or do we Continent? I think we do this. Set up you. And then you discard a Semyojin to draw. There we go. Yeah, so like, as an example, in that situation, like, if my opponent was able to use their tamers to turn them into a hybrid Digimon, then they have Digimon to be able to play with to then try to deal with the board state. So it is just this kind of like back and forth of like, do you have a response, yes or no? If you do, the game can continue. If you don't, then the game ends. And like, just being put on that type of a pressure is not exactly what everyone is comfortable with, I guess, is like the easiest way I could say it. Yeah, so all I'm trying to do is basically just turbo into Susanoo. So I just want different names in my trash. So right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 out of 8 needed. So next turn I could be like, okay, Digivolve, you here, set up some Yojin, and then kind of go from there. Because I think I already have Walk. Yeah, I have Walk in my trash. So my opponent is going to try to be super aggressive next turn. At this point, I might as well just throw this away. So now if my opponent doesn't potentially kill me here, I could very easily win the game. Because I do 1 chip damage with Gosa, and then I hard play Susanomon, and then the game is kind of just over. Yeah, so, like, and that's... It goes to, like, why TB is constricting the format, is because it is warping a lot of play lines around him. That's why Galacti is coming back, where previously he wasn't doing super hot. Oh, Ascension. Right. So I might not just straight up win the game here. I was kind of hoping Ascension wouldn't trigger. Oh, but he does burn his own security, so we're at the same point. So as long as he doesn't set up defense, I'm okay. Yeah, so they're basically just trying to shift to using DNA Shaka setups. So for their low end. So they're using like Tokomon and Patamons to try to set up easier DNAs. But like the silly thing is the Time Stranger tamers do very similar things to this. So I won't be able to win the game here. That's not particularly great for me. So I'm going to be killing myself regardless. Let's see. We'll go some extra DP. Perfect. So I get to burn the top. And then I get to play a Digimon, and now I build my board state. We're grabbing the 2 Mega level Digimon. Do I Amaterasu? Or do I, Kaguya? I think I just Kaguya. I think Kaguya is just easier, right? We take you, we take you. I guess we just take you and you. So I tried to like use these cards to fish out Susanoo, like an additional Susanomon, but I think I'm like okay because I still have Execute here. Maybe hope that he does so you can grab back Susanoo. Yeah, that's kind of all I'm hoping for is like this to live. I mean, they still have a lot to fight through. D-Digivolve doesn't work. I mean, D-Digivolve works here, but it's not like that realistically matters at this point. So they get to do spooky level 6 stuff. But, I mean, I just, like, go... Like, I just have a lot of pressure on them. Juno puts this into their security. Oh, no, they probably would want to put, yeah, that into security. And then they get to play another Digimon, which then they can use to DNA. If they DNA into Shock, then we're in pretty bad spot. They used 2 Shocks already. So what's the chances of them having the 3rd one? Oh, they don't get it. Because... So all I need to do is just grab Susanomon, like figure out a way to grab Susanomon and we're good. Oh, hard playing another Junomon? Interesting. Oh, that'll burn my last security, won't it? No, he's just killing a dude. And then he gets to play another Digimon. And then that lets him DNA and do another Shock, but he doesn't get an end of turn attack because he doesn't have Dan Cannon. But that means I won't be able to Digivolve mid-attack, and I don't have Execute, so I have to draw into a Susanoo. So, like, everything that my opponent is doing is completely irrelevant if I just Digivolve into a Susanoo. Or, like, not Digivolve, just hard play a Susanoo. Like, literally everything. Because my Susanoo will wipe out their board completely. There it is. Cool. So, in this situation, like, without Susanoo, I can't win the game. So, we just go here. Oh, they couldn't even kill my last Digimon. They couldn't even kill it. Oh. So even if their board was defensively set up, I literally could have just hard played Susanoo, outed their whole field, and then swung for game. But like, because they couldn't even kill my last Digimon because of how wide I made my board, they just died to the Digimon on board. I mean, I still technically used a Susanoo in that match. Yeah, so hitting analog, it really didn't feel like it made any impact on this at all. I guess I could keep this. This isn't fantastic, but it's not terrible. Yeah, so a lot of deletion replacement effects where it's just like, hey, when I would get deleted, play out a level 4 Digimon, like, Susanoo basically just says no to that. But yeah, so as you saw Angry Flip Girl, like, if my opponent had a Danon Cannon on the field instead of whatever garbage they decided to run in terms of generic support tamers, they could have been able to DNA at the end of the turn and then make the attack. So they missed out. Sure, I'll take a Kokeshi. Just because I don't have the Kokeshi name right now. Then we'll throw you away. Set up a Semyojin. Bears? I don't know if they're playing bears. I mean, they could be playing bears because of the Minomon, but, like, I don't think this is a good card for bears. So far, they haven't really revealed much of anything. Do I bother swinging? I think I do. And then we just have to play something uninteractive. So just another Decree to grab another Semyojin. I could have made like an Execute into Amaterasu play, but I kind of want to like maybe see if I could bait them into something. So are they going to go Callus here? They're looking for something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made that play. Especially since they just grabbed another in-between. Yeah, they're going to go Callus here. Use an option for free. Make an attack for free. Yeah, I kind of just wanted this to die, so this hitting a in-between theater was pretty brutal. I mean, it's not like it matters. I want my stuff to die anyway. It's just, it would have also been nice to have it on the field. Oh, my one of! Look at that, my one of. Came in clutch. We do you in the raising. So the big question is, do I could Digivolve and try to out this? Because I have Amaterasu? I think that's what we do, right? What colors do they have in their trash? This is just Digimon, or is this cards? It's cards, okay. I could pop both of these, maintain turn, and set up like a second Semyojin or something. Do I need to do that? Probably not. Alright. So, we're playing on easy mode right now because we're against bears. I mean, we're already on easy mode. Yeah, so the hit to analog for TB really isn't doing anything. I'm not even going to attempt to play Growlmon. And then what else? What else was there? Not really anything else in terms of ban and restrictions. I mean, I could probably explore more with angels, but like... It's just building variants of angels where I'm just trying to DNA into Shakamon. Like, that's all angels does. Oh, does that keep me stunned? Kind of obnoxious. So he has to pop this, go up. Oh, he be searching. So he's going to take Mars and Callus here. 100%. No? Does he already have a Marsmon then? Is that why? That feels very odd. Like, I can't unsuspend, right? Yeah. So now we just throw everything at him, like everything in the kitchen sink. What does this remove? 5,000 or less. Because I'm basically just trying to get into a Kaguya. So I could Digivolve here. Use you. Play out you. Discard. Ooh, that's pretty good. Then I could swing, raid. Or do I Digivolve? And I just continue to be annoying. I think maybe I just Digivolve and I continue to be annoying. Oh, but then I won't be able to get the raid. Do we Karakuru here? Or do we do this guy? I don't know. I think we do this guy. Okay, maybe Karakuru was the correct answer then, if that was the end result. I mean, at least this Kiwi can't really do anything. Not like that matters. But I think having the 2-5, like, at least having the 5 is good. So I should have probably gone Karakuru, stunned the Tamer or something. Like, I don't think they have as many good outs as they think they do. Because now I can Digivolve mid-attack. So, obviously, the correct card to goad is the Hanimon. Yeah. And even then, I could draw... Nope, I didn't draw into the answer. But I still have an answer. Haha! Sucker! So mean. I'm so mean. Do we just do another Amaterasu? Like, just swing Amaterasu? It's so mean. I think maybe I Semyojin, and then I Ryugu. And that should be good enough. We'll just throw Hanimon away. We will Digivolve into Ryugu. Now I'm really just playing with my food here. By placing a level 6 Aqua from your hands, you may unsuspend when any of your Digimon are played. Activate can't activate when Digivolving. Okay. Well, I wonder what I'm gonna take. Let's go ahead and decode. We'll decode the level 3. We'll decode level 5. We'll put, I guess, just you in here. Evade. Semyojin. And then now they just can't win the game, period. So is the rest of this even worth playing out? Like, honestly, what's my opponent supposed to do here? They can't suspend. I get to ignore when Digivolve effects. Oh no, they Crimson Blazed me. Oh. Do you think apps could get a field card? Like the recent decks? Nothing in the anime really seems like they would get a field card. Like, so their field card literally would have to be called, like, Applimon Universe. Because technically Appmon are not really part of the main Digimon. So they could. Oh, that was mean. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go here. Cool. See? And then I swing here. And then Susano game. They played well, sort of. It's just the matchup is just that bad. So, like, dealing with that Talisman would have been slightly annoying, again, if I didn't have Susanomon. But it's a good thing I did have Susanomon. Technically, the AR fields... they could. What? E-Pulse? I don't know what they're smoking, but I'm interested. Color me surprised. Do I get rid of the Buko? I don't think I need to, right? Just make their plays inefficient. Have a blocker. So what are they trying to gain here? Oh, E-Pulse is pretty bad. What am I discarding? Probably Kokeshi? We'll Digivolve into an Amaterasu. Amaterasu. We will get rid of these. What do we return? Probably just the rookie, right? And then I could play the rookie. Or I guess technically I could play the Marine Bull. There we go. So they get to gain 2 memory here. They get to gain 1 memory back. So what's the ploy here? That can't attack. So what? He's just trying to, like, burn my secure? I'm so lost. Chat, can somebody tell me what the sauce is? Because I'm not seeing it. Are they just trying to, like, loop these to gain memory? Because it replays a tamer? I mean, like, it's not mattering. So what? I just go Amaterasu, double check their security, and then win the game? Is that the only thing that stops me is memory tamers coming out? Yeah, so they're just playing memory tamers to try to anti-tempo me. I'm really failing to see what the point of this is. Hey boss. How is it post-analog? Perfectly fine. Is Alter S a good matchup against this? Yes. Alter S has a good matchup because he is one of the most uninteractable decks in the entire game. So, the idea is the fact that, like, you just do your combo and nothing the opponent does is going to matter. I'm still confused on what my opponent is doing. Like, this feels too slow. Yeah, and then you just die. Like, it felt so slow. I don't quite understand. Sorry if I was ignoring you earlier. I just didn't see chat. I was locked in, you could say. I guess we could keep this. So, do we Hani or do we Waka? I think we walk. Wonk. We stonk the wonk. Yeah, we'll just Digivolve, set up a Karakuru. Like, go Karakuru Amaterasu. Oh, this is base. If this is what I think it is, it might be free. I don't know. If this is, Grace Nova. So we Karakuru, Digivolve into Karakuru, stun their tamer, swing. And then we get to play a level 4. So the level 4 we would play would be Wonk or something like that. Or do we just choose not to execute here? I think we just choose not to execute. I don't know what my opponent's playing with right now, but taking away their attack is probably good enough. It's probably gonna have to be this time. Ooh, this is really good. Okay. We're going for it. Then we play you out. You can help dig us cards. We'll take the unique name one. And you. Then we execute. We swing. We discard draw. Then we can digivolve. Ooh, do we go Kaguya just to be annoying? Kaguya would be really annoying for them. Right? Right? Or do we just go Amaterasu for the pure damage? We still get a search, and we still get a body. I think we just Amaterasu. Then we get to play a TB. We'll just take these two. Play a TB. Oh, return a card to my hand. I think we just do this. Lay out it. Suspend, it doesn't matter, but we're gonna stun lock this again. And then we ascend. Alright, cool. I've solved the puzzle. It's Jet Sylphie. Or not Jet Sylphie, it's Sylphimon. Sylphie DNAs. It's cool? Thanks. You're the best, boss. I could play a little bit of Omnimon, because Omnimon's not touched. Oh, that is the Time Stranger plant. Okay. So is my opponent going like Ceres Bacchus? Yeah, they're going Ceres Bacchus. So their deck doesn't have nearly as much damage, so setting up Susano, like, getting a Susano play is, like, probably good enough. I don't think they have D-Digi, so I could even go into a Kaguya. So, like, if they don't delete this, I just go into Kaguya. And we're good. So are they going to Ceres, or are they going to Bacchus here? Neither? Oh, they're probably going to Ceres here, then. No, but they need their stuff suspended, so they would go Bacchus. And then flood the field? Okay. Still very confused what my opponent is doing. Are they gonna go Quila and then make the DNA? I'm so lost. Chat, can anyone... Okay, there's the secret. It is Bacchus. They did end up the Bacchus. So, how many do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll have 6 names. Oh, I can unsuspend. This triggers on player Evo? Yeah. So, I can make the attack here. And then I could Kaguya to bounce. Oh no, he gets to suspend me. Fuck. Where is it in security? As the bottom. Okay. And then when does this trigger? End of their turn. So they get to be immune at the end of their turn. So I could Amaterasu attack over, kill, and set up like an analog or something? Yeah. Just to try to deal as much damage as possible, so that way it's just easier for Susanoo to do his thing. Oh, I guess he gets to suspend me, right? Yeah, he gets to suspend me. That's unfortunate. Okay, just take the Kokeshi. Yeah, I forgot he gets to suspend me. So I should have executed and then digivolved mid-attack. That's what I should have done. I did it backwards. So I put myself in a slightly unnecessarily bad position. Well, anti-tempo. So he already made the attack, so he's not going to unsuspend, so I might as well just stun the Tamer. Oh, I should have probably grabbed the Amaterasu out of my trash, thinking about it now. Oh, well, there's their Sarismon that they get a grab. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I just discard this and we're Gucci. So they are, what, immune to Digimon effects, right? Or no? I mean, I'm just gonna do this anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I guess they were immune. Okay. But now they have to deal with, actually, I could just kill it. That's not a big deal. They're just stalling. Like, all they done is just stall. Granted, I had the opportunity to play around a couple of their effects, but that's fine. Yeah, so they just stall until they can fold their arm. Because now I don't get my on play and my Digimon is stunned, so Volderarm kind of helps this matchup, which is unfortunate. So I need to stun both of their Digimon then. I basically just need to get a Kaguya set up. So how much memory are they going to end up leaving me with? So they're going to swing, do 2 more checks. Okay, that's really good for my memory. I am under Volderarm, so I can't on play. And then Sarismon to cap things off to make their Digimon immune again. Yeah, the Volderarm right now. So this is literally spiraling out of control because I made one misplay. So I needed to take care of the Bacchus in the correct way, and I took care of the Bacchus in not the correct way. Because I could have executed and then mid-attack Digivolved. But Bacchusmon also takes away my Digimon's attack. Which is kind of obnoxious because I can't get Rush. And now all of his Digimon are immune again. Yeah, so this goes to show that Digimon immunity is, like, one of the things you could do to easily beat this deck. Let's go. So now I have to be creative here. Because I won't be able to make an attack, which is the shitty part. Their suspended Digimon are immune. Yeah, so now I have to dance around this. Yeah, I don't get on plays, which sucks. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think I'm just done here. Because I don't get my on plays. So like their board state is just too oppressive. Because my one defense is suspended, my field is gone. I can't actually build a field. Yeah, so we're just done here? Alright, cool. Thanks, Johnny Bandai, for even more hyper-immune Digimon. I love it. Yeah, it was mostly just that Volder arm that really, like, fucked me up. So, the entire match could have been 110% avoidable if I bothered to execute, attack into the Bacchusmon, and then I would have been able to go into Amaterasu to pierce through the Bacchusmon and still deal the damage and take care of that. But I totally spaced out and forgot that Bacchusmon can just, like, fucking suspend Digimon and take attacks away. So, the loss is 100% my fault. But it could have very easily been avoidable. Very, very easily. Okay, this is literally the same player. Yeah, same player. Amumon? Interesting. That's not good. Hmm. Okay, that's fine. Oh, they're gonna try going hard here if they're doing this. So AGO will let them play out their Homeros. And then they get a free Evo, which means they get a free DNA. Yeah, they're gonna try aggroing the fuck out of me here. Might be GG. I don't think so, but they're gonna set up something really strong and annoying. How many cards do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right now I have 5. That's pretty okay. Still 5? Yeah. 5, 6, 7. So the Bacchusmon will guarantee I won't be able to kill it with Amaterasu. That also guarantees I won't be able to kill it with Amaterasu. So how much memory is he going to leave me? 4? So that means this gets me 5. Or, of course, going to take Sarismon. I think I have to discard the continent. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 6. This will be 7 and 8. Assuming I attack security and it dies, or do I just attack a Digimon?
Gotta ask the AI something.
What?
The Austin Intelligent. What is that? Certainly not a squirrel, and I don't think it's a groundhog. It's too big.
It's a wombat. Wombat that's ready for combat.
You actually.
No.
I almost thought it was a prairie dog, but did we get prairie dogs?
I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, cool. Now, fuck your field. Get out of here. Yeah, we'll just burn.
Guess it's a groundhog.
Okay.
I didn't realize they were that big.
Happy Groundhog Day.
Guess so.
So I need one of you in my trash. Oh, I didn't execute. Oopsies. I attacked with the Dan cannon. Or the Dan Yuki. I didn't execute. Oops.
You misplayed.
Yeah. Very big time. So now I have to hope they give me enough memory. Or just instantly respond to this? I don't know. Yeah, I was supposed to execute, and then my Digimon would die. And now he stun-locked my Digimon, so I need this bitch to be able to instantly delete him and play another one. Or he's just gonna do the job for me, and that's fine. Because this kills the lowest thing? Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Well, I'm not letting him do his bullshit again.
I'm not going to Red Rock. I'll tell you that. And just because Joe took longer this morning than I thought, I was going to get some more studying done this morning, but I think I just needed to sleep.
They want to go to hummus and garlic.
Ah.
I don't know. It's a grand opening. Chicken shawarma bowls. Free with purchase of drink.
The drink and you get free.
Because it's a grand opening. In Waterford.
Oh. We're getting another restaurant.
I guess. It just says hummus and garlic. Isn't that the coupon that was on the table?
Maybe. I guess I can go.
Me. Boop 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 boop. Oh, they're making their shit hyper immune again. God damn it. And then my thing is stunned. I get on plays, but it doesn't matter because I can't kill my thing. So I need to search out the Hanimon, and then I can make a play. Oh, well, there's the Kokeshi. We'll just try to do some shenanigans, I guess. I think it is just the honey. They're gonna want to kill the Kokeshi. I mean, sure. Get fucked? Question mark? Oh, he gets to redirect. Right. Forgot about the redirect. Oh, shit. Forgot about the redirects. So, I guess there's still a game. Oh, Christ almighty. And I think this deck gets a little bit better. And then that will suspend this down. What does this do? Oh, he gets to play out. Okay. Just stop doing things, for fuck's sake. They need to make a generic tamer with all of immunities. Yeah. Just at this point, just make a card that just says tamers have ungodly immunities. Like, give a tamer the ability to just make Digimon immune to everything. Just why don't you? I mean, Volder here would not be winning the game, though, because they have to deal with the entire field, right? Well, I guess, because of this fucking effect, the stupid redirects. And I already used 2 out of my Susanos. So that's already not good. And then they're just gonna Ceres here again. And then just give their Digimon all of the immunities again. And kill my Ciceromon. Yeah, they're just gonna keep stalling. Like, it's just incredibly obnoxious just because so this deck isn't really that big of an issue for Reboot because I have Digimon immunities, so everything they do is basically meaningless. They choked me at 1 also. And because they set up their Pamu, like, their deck is, like, completely designed, it feels like, to kill my Susanomon. Oh, but they're just gonna take my attack away anyway, so I can't even execute. Fuck. Yeah, they're just stalling for Volder Arm at this point. Oh, of course that kills my Digimon. Shit. Did I even get my ability off? I think I did. Yeah, so all they need is, I mean, they have enough memory, so if they're able to, like, make an extra attack, then they could easily just win. Well, maybe they can't, because I do, have Shellmon I could bring out of the trash. Oh, well, fuck. Semyogen. Yeah, I should have put the... I totally didn't even acknowledge that they were running D-Digivolve. What the fuck? Oh, they're just gonna give themselves the immunities again because of the new Homeros. Triggering the Wind Digivolve to just give them the immunities. Like, for fuck's sake! I hate this. This is so obnoxiously awful. This is why people don't like control decks. Is because they're just, like, legitimately terrible to play against. Like, I can't do anything, and it's just, it feels terrible. One, two, three, four. Like, I just have to keep trying to spam defense. And hope that they don't just magically have Volder Arm. Like, we're just defensive walling each other. So, can my opponent just please stop? So, this can't attack our block. This can't attack our block. This can. Like, I just need to catch them with their pants down for one turn. I'm a terrible person. The last two games make me want to sleeve up my plant deck. Please don't. Saris and Bacchus synergize so well. They do. Yeah, I'm forced to block. Thank you, no more fucking immunities. Oh my god. I'm so fucking done with this bullshit. I'm so fucking tired. Yeah. Oh shit. Fuck. I didn't want to reduce it. Because now the Homeros is fucking trigger. Damn it. I didn't want to reduce. Just fuck everything. I swear. Just let me play the most uninteractive shit and I don't have to worry a damn thing about the opponent. So obnoxious. Oh. It's games like those that just make you want to, like, freaking throw your computer through the screen, flip the table. It's just like, this is not even fun or engaging. It's just boring as sin. I made one small misplay, and it costed me the whole game that took fucking forever to finish to begin with. It's probably just Chimeramon. I mean, all I have to do is go into Rebootmon, and most likely my opponent just automatically loses the game. So, realistically, my opponent has maybe one... He's on a 2-turn clock, essentially, next turn. No, and, like, it's moments like that where it's just like, okay, if I just had hyper immunities, then none of your bullshit would have mattered. Like, so, like, that's why I like playing stuff like this, is because, like, okay, I just literally get to ignore my opponent. Fuck everything that they're doing. None of their abilities are realistically going to trigger. Like, and you could very clearly tell that they designed their deck to beat TB, and TB can still beat them. I just misplayed like an idiot. Yeah, they're Chimeramon. If they're Chimeramon, so I think I do this. Yeah, see, they're just DM Chimeramon. And my opponent loses this turn. Or my next turn. It's just like, God, just make my life so much easier. Why am I wasting my time doing, like, all these unnecessary arbitrary actions? Playing around bullshit defense decks. Like, just let me play the game, and I'll play solitaire and have a good time. Like, just fuck my opponent and just let me win. Can they hit above 20k? Because I'm immune. No, they can't. Good to know. Like, just let me punch you in the face a lot. Be immune to your own Digimon effects. Like, Digimon immunity is such a toxic mechanic. Like, and so that's why Beelstar is still really good, is because, like, oh, you're immune to Digimon, but not options. Get fucked. Sorry, when I go up against those control decks, they really tilt me. Win or lose, it just literally ruins the game. What is he doing? I should be Digi-immune, right? What effect is going on? So, Analog Man, gain 1 memory. Why am I being deleted? I should be immune. Draw 1 card. Chimeramon selected. Place Digimon from trash source to the top to delete a Digimon. Card selected, Gizamon. Card selected, reboot. No. Why was I deleted? Oh, he used an option, right? Was it an option that deleted me? This has reboot, right? Yeah. Blocker, blocker, retail. No reboot. Okay. I really don't know what deleted me. This has reboot. Okay. I needed like 1 more memory. thing has raid. I mean, I could stun him. I could go Bootmon, hard play, suspend, then shut, keep it from unsuspending. Sure. Fuck it. What's memory anyway? What does this do? I wasn't paying attention, so I legitimately don't know how my reboot was targeted by something. Like, what my reboot was targeted by. I wasn't looking either. It was it, like, I don't see any removal options. I had a Digimon immunity. Was it this? No, it couldn't have been. Like, I legitimately don't know what caused my Digimon to be targeted to be deleted. Yeah, that doesn't matter. This is assemble 7 with different names. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if they have another Chimeramon, do they have another Chimeramon? So 2, 3, 4. So they're out of Chimeras. Okay. Does this have a redirect? It does not. Does this have a redirect? It does not. And game? Cool. Check Chimera? I was Digi-immune, though. And I was above its DP. It doesn't matter. I could have protected myself, but I didn't know, like, I could have swore my Digimon was, like, immune. So, like, I realistically don't know where it was coming from. Because Chimeramon was only, like, 15k DP. I'd have to, like, go back and scrub the VODs. Oh, this was running analogs. What does this say? Reveal the top 2, add a red or blue card from our hand to our security, then return the rest to the bottom. Add one red, one of your Digimon may Digivolve into a red or a blue. Okay. So, we just replace Analog Youth with, wall training. And we basically should be good to go. Like, everything else is probably the same. Because everything's red or blue outside of the egg color. Jeez. Must have been the wind, yeah. I guess we could keep this. I mean, we're just Agu Midnight or Agu Gray. Probably just Agu Gray. Oh shit, I don't have a black. Oopsies. I clicked on the wrong card. Oops. So the correct play was Midnight before that. Oopsies. This is probably fine. It's all just search cards. Yeah, gotta pay attention to the colors. Do I honestly just replace the memory boosts with trainings? No, I keep the memory boost because they're still useful. We take you. I think this is my most hated deck. No matter what I do, you never win against ping pong. I mean, that's the whole point. Ping pong is supposed to be as uninteractive as possible. Because all my abilities are triggering, so I have turn priority. And then I get to potentially out your stuff before you have the ability to even respond. So the only, like, reasonable way to beat ping pong is just going faster than me. I think we just take another Alterus in this case. So, I just need one more card. I just need the metal, and we're good to go. Your security is full of memory boosts? I mean, they haven't attacked my security yet. Oh, well, I mean, I guess you're correct on that. So far, there was a memory boost. I stand corrected. Maybe my security is full of memory boosts. That's sad. I could have used the Gabu X. So I'm just looking for a metal. Oh, Well, here's hoping we draw into one. Nope. Alright. Oh, shame. Shame, shame, shame. Yep. Just couldn't find the metal. Maybe I should have gone into Blitz to make my Digimon immune. Maybe that just would have been the smarter play. And then 2 free Evos here, because he sacrifices the token. Yep, 2 free Evos. Oh, what does this do? At the end of your turn, all turns whenever another Digimon is deleted. Okay. Alright, are you done yet? Insane that you got gone through so many cards. Yeah, I went through like basically half my deck just to not find the metal gray I needed. And right now I'm still even just lacking a level 5. Like a second level 5. Just crazy to think of. So I'm gonna have to do this. There you are. Is this mandatory? It is. Maybe I should have assembled. Maybe I should have took the other one and then assembled into this, because I'm forced to trigger it, and then this will kill me in response. I know this probably wasn't the greatest play. Like, what I needed was, I needed to take the other Sagittarius mode, so that way I don't trigger the stupid thing, and then I just Digivolve normally. What is my opponent selecting from? Oh, are they choosing what Digimon to pick? Off of the familiar token. Come on. You have one viable target. Alright, I'm bored. Well, I don't feel like waiting 5 minutes for them to make a decision. Because they're not wanting to play the game.
I got it. When...
I'm gonna be done streaming at 6, so that's when things are gonna start moving.
Popping off.
Supposedly, yeah. So, I could tell... I could tell them to meet us there at 6, or not at 6, like, around, like, 6:15 or whatever, when, or I could, tell them to come here, I don't know. Please add a timer. He's not in charge of making and developing it anymore. A timer would be nice, to where, like, if the opponent doesn't make an action within, like, 5 minutes, just, like, time them out. Like, I don't think that's that unreasonable of coding. Yeah, just like, you know, a basic courtesy timer so the opponent just doesn't sit there, dirtle their thumbs, and hope the opponent quits the game because they're being toxic.
Oh, did you have him, like, in a pinpoint and he just wasn't playing?
Kinda, he just didn't make... He sat there for a whole, like, 2 minutes not making a decision, and I'm just like, no, I'm not dealing with this. Like, I know I could beat his deck. It's not that big of a deal. I'll just load up another game. Right. Like, if seeing that win screen is that much to them from a losing position by holding the other person hostage, like, fuck them. Can my opponent pop off? Maybe. They probably could. To be determined. I'll take an Omnimon. That's fine. What is this color? So, I could technically do both of these. I could technically do Melga and, Saris. So, I think we try popping off here, right? What do we have in our trash? Even though both of them are gonna die, doesn't particularly matter. Okay, we got there. Well, I guess we don't have the other Omnimon, so... Alliance... No, I think we do get there, because we just needed this one Omnimon. Because our stack is big enough, right? Yeah, so we just win. So now we swing another 2 checks. Allianced. And then DNA. Trash their security, goodbye, and then game. Okay. Do I feel like these are okay? Maybe I would want a Tamer. Oopsies, I need Omnimons back. Omnimon. This is Wargrey and Metal Guru specifically. Specifically. Let's go, not cost, level 7. Search. I don't know. I'm going back and forth on how many of what Omnimons I want. If I do the combo right, then the new Omnimon just OTKs, but the old Omnimon also still just OTKs. Yeah, Huang passed DCGO off a long time ago. So, like, he might still be part of, like, whatever committee is managing it, but he's not directly involved with the project anymore. But, I mean, a courtesy timer would be nice. Just to keep things flowing. I guess we could keep this. This isn't terrible. Not great, but it's not terrible. Oh, why? Why? I almost thought maybe Nokia would be good in here. But then again, Nokia doesn't really do anything. Chat, why do I have to beat up the most innocent app deck? Like, it did absolutely nothing wrong other than just exist. Well, I might have been able to do some different searches. Should have played the other Gabu, if that was the case. Like, they could MC kill this, or, like, use this tap to kill me. That's fine. My board state doesn't matter, I just OTK. Oh no! Only a Sith deals with absolute. Coach is in the wrong deck. What are they doing? Is this just like... What? I'm so confused. Do I need the other Omnimon? Probably not. Alright, hopefully my opponent doesn't do anything super silly. Alright, what did my opponent do? Deleted my Digimon. Made an attack. Played a tamer. Am I forced to respond? I might be. I'm not, like, ready yet. What do I have in my trash now? Just an Alteris mode? It's not exactly what I want. Ooh, those are good cards. Do I take the Gabu X? No, I think I just take this. So now we just unapologetically go off. Gain a memory. Draw a card. Recover one. Digivolve. Gain a memory. Can't suspend. Digivolve. 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 Swing, and now we just do our OTK. So now we just ignore everything that the opponent has done, and we play solitaire. Oh, they get an Airy. And DNA for game. Yep. Yep. So even without the cards, this is still good enough. Like, this is another deck that was using analog, and it's still good enough. What do I do with puppets? Do I end on puppets? Chat, what do you think? Do I try puppets? I'll do one more Omni game. And then maybe we could look at puppets. Rox or Zeph? No. You don't want me to play this? I need to, like, redo Rox. Who's Zeph? I guess this is okay. It's not fantastic, but it's something. Okay, that's good. So now next turn is a Shoto play. Ooh, they're being really aggressive here. All right. I mean, like, so rocks, I just need to, like, do the whole bend strat and just make it a little bit more defensive focused. So it's not like it's that big of a deal. It's a shame that rocks just isn't the OTK deck it used to be. Like, I'm really off practice with rocks. And then he gets to make an attack. Why is he not attacking with this? Oh, my opponent's playing bad cards. Okay. So, do I just go Vortex here? Or do I need the extra body for Vortex, right? Because Vortex is just freaking weird. You may suspend one Digimon if this Digimon is suspended. I think I do just go Vortex. Does this have piercing? No, this just has fortitude. I mean, it's either that or I go like medieval. Like medieval, kill it, ignore. He gets to play out a Digimon, which is unfortunate. I think maybe this is my answer, realistically. Yeah. Do I even have puppets still here? I think I deleted puppets. No, I still have puppets. Oh, no. We don't have eggs. We don't have eggs. Color, yellow, art type, egg. I don't think there's any eggs that allow us to just like gain memory unapologetically. When any of your... We'll start with this as the base. When any of your other token puppets are deleted, draw a card, even though that's obviously not the best egg. This is angels. Is this still just the best egg? What does this one do? Minus 2,000. That's pretty useless. What does this one do? When attacking, if you have another Digimon, one of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 2,000. Kind of useless. What does this do? Nope. This is just card draw. I mean, do we just run more CLs? Like, is that the answer? Or do we just, like, abandon the OTK? And just play, like, more defense control-y? I don't know. I'll save this for right now. I might not visit that. Gallant, you just basically I'm not gonna play Gallant, but Gallant, you basically are just doing 8001 stuff. Like, that's it. You just lean heavier into 8001. Where is... We'll do a little Glowing Dawn. Glowing Dawn's always fun. I'm surprised they haven't touched Medusa. I'm not, to be honest. Medusa is not really a big meta threat. Medusa really wasn't even a threat for, like, it was a threat for, like, one format, and that was it. Do we do this or Glowing Dawn? I think we just do this first. This is more aggressive. We take the... I want both of these. But I think we just take the Cougar as a backup for. And my opponent is playing Cross. So I need to get my Tamer set up. So next turn is probably Punch Tamer setup. Or we just win. This is arguably fine because this we could use our security to use Atratus. So the more important thing is we have barrier. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? Man, they're really aggressive on trying to find the 1x antibody card. I guess technically 2x antibody cards. They can't climb efficiently. No, please, don't kill Examon. Ooh, E-Pulse. Oh, I think we do it. We gotta do something. So we could swing Evo, use this, then mid Evo. Yeah. So we'll try doing goofy things. This takes one from underneath? Yeah. I could E-Pulse out the Leomon And then probably just Digivolve normally. No, I think it's still just do this. Oh, shit. Alright, cool. So, I think we're in a winning position. We can't win next turn. But I think we're just, in general, in a winning position. Oh, man. Win rate 60%? Woo! Do I even feel bad? I don't know. Do I feel dirty for doing this? Maybe. Oh. Wow, what the actual? That was kind of crazy. From hand. Alrighty, that was kind of nuts. All the anti-memory security. I hit 2 X antibodies and a hammer spark out of their security. Like, what? Well, I mean, on the bright side, they just probably lose. Yeah. Going first, I probably just Shapiro into probably Cougar or something. Hope to see a Tamer or something good. Well, I mean, that's good enough. So, we don't need a Tamer. Oh, I think we're just fucked. Since you keep winning, go rocks. Look at the list. Earthbending, great name. I think you might be a little heavy on stuff. I really wish I had E-Pulse right now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it. I hate doing it. 5 memory is just way too freaking much. Or 4 memory is probably just way too much. Like, I'm Digi-immune, but I'm not Option-immune, and that's why Beelstar is still good. Yeah, so now we could go 3. Yep, there it is. Alright, I'm just... I know this matchup is, like, super negative. It's, like, borderline not even worth playing, to be honest. Like, I have to, what? Hope that they don't combo? Like, their deck just doesn't function? Like, we have to be real here. It's not gonna happen. So we use the power creep trainings. Yeah, I think there's some fat that it feels like your list could be trimmed on. It also isn't playing any recovery plays. So, or like, I think it's too few on recovery plays if it does have them. I don't think it's a bad list. It's just not my favorite. I think you're running too many level 5s. I think I'd have to, like, look at my list again and compare it. But, I think you might be running too many level 6s. Yeah, you're running too many level 6s. Oh, they're Turbo Ruin mode. Okay. Oh, they're not going to pop this? Oh, I guess they don't have to. Because they just have end of turn attack and then Digivolve for free. Like, silly me. Absolutely silly me. Yeah, I think I just have to take the normal card. So here's hoping they just can't Turbo Ruin mode here. Did they even take Ruin mode? What card did they take? Card selected. Bottom deck ruin mode. Okay. So they took the Shine Greymon from 8001. Oh, is my opponent just handing me the keys to the castle here? So, unfortunately, we're going to have to set up a tamer. So I could attack and then Digivolve into Pyramid. Not good. I'll take the backup 4. One, two. All right, so if we could just delete their tamers, we should be okay. Darn it. We might be able to mess them up. And we only have 1 fragment, which is not particularly great. Are they gonna alliance? Oh, he gets to bring them back from his trash, so me deleting them just doesn't do much. That's obnoxious. Okay. So hopefully that kind of screwed things up a little bit. Would be great if it did. Yeah, so I should have set up a recovery play. That was my bad. Um... I mean, I kind of have one. Kind of. Not really. That's really big for me. That's huge. Yeah, I have to hard play Sunarizamon to get back into the game. And then he could just hard play another one of these fuckers. But hopefully he doesn't have enough Shine Greymons. That's kind of my only option here. So, trash a card. From trash. Oh, but this card... Fuck. I don't have the memory because this doesn't have fragment. Shit. I mean, if this was the other one, I couldn't use it anyway. So I might have just, like, inadvertently fucked myself. And they probably have, like, just absolutely an astronomical amount of aggro to where they are probably just fine. I think this is probably my best playline, then. To try to make up for my blunder. I'm just like, yeah, this is just not good. Oh, why are they attacking there? I 100% am gonna block this. This is basically just gonna die anyway. Oh, well, I mean, it's gonna die regardless, so it didn't matter. Oh, so let's see. He does one check here, he does two checks here, then he end of turns. I mean, that's the best I got. I saved myself a security. So that's something. Oh, and then he just turns all of them online. Fuck me. Yeah. So this is my version of the deck. So I'm basically one level 5 down compared to you for probably like another tamer or something. I don't think this deck is good anymore. I honestly don't. Like, it's probably just fine, but like, again, fine doesn't feel good enough compared to where the game currently is. It's just like, the fact that Shine is like outplaying this is like kind of just nuts. Hey Wolf Slayer, am I winning? Not really. I mean, not when I'm not playing good decks. Like, and by good decks, I mean the competitive decks. Yeah, so I'm 2 tamers over you. And I'm 1 option down from you, and I'm 1 level 5 down from you. This hand really sucks. Holy shit. Like, I have training. Okay, I at least I got a rookie, so now I can look for other cards that are useful. I think we just take the Suna. And we grab the land. I might need to move out and swing with this, and then this needs to, like, have a whole turn to try to reset something up. Ugh, it's so bad. Yeah, because, like, right now, he's gonna play his Tamer. Nope, okay. Obviously, they're gonna take their 4 and their 5. Yeah. So, can I afford... The big question is, can I afford to be reactive here? I think I'm like... So, this is what I mean, where, like, I can't sit back and like, plan out an OTK. Because there's already so much potential pressure my opponent is going to do for literally only 1 memory. So, like, I would love to move out of raising, do a chip, and wait 1 whole extra turn to be able to... Technically, it would be 2 turns because of the raising cycles. So I literally can't do that. I think we just take these 2. Like, I would really just love to, but, like... It's just... It's literally physically impossible to do that anymore. So, I guess off of 1 memory, what am I technically able to do? Icemon's not the worst. Definitely does feel like memory choking doesn't work anymore. Yeah, everything just operates off of 1 memory. So, like, just as an example here, I'll show you what 1 memory can do. Remember, I'm starting at 1 memory. This is my 2nd turn. I need to keep those on top. We need to chippy here. Which one do I go into? Probably go into this one. Because I don't have the ability to get my egg back. Oh, that's really bad for us. Now they could play their tamer for free. Oh, or just the Eliza to search. Like, and this is probably just, like, not optimal play lines. Delete, de-digivolve. We'll go here, here, and here. Oh. Alright. That's, like, the best I can do off of one memory. Off of one memory, I went all the way up into a Mega, wiped my opponent's field. Technically, if they had a Tamer, I could have also deleted their Tamer with my effects. So, I guess if their board was more developed, it could have been worse. But, yeah. So, no Tamers, 1 memory, 2 memory boosts. This is what you can do. Or, I guess 1 memory, 2 training cards. It's not, like, terrible. Like, this is pretty well developed for the most part. And now I start actually building my secondary Digimon to make a real recovery play. So they grabbed Cyclone and Owen. So we're gonna be making a 3 memory play. So what does this do? When attacking, when digivolving, by trashing 3, we get a delete. Okay. So I get a gain of memory for doing this. So I could black scramble into magnetic here, right? Either that or I could choke them with a close. If I black scramble into magnetic, I get to trash 3 to burn 1 and then put the 3 back in. Unsuspend. Oh, maybe I should have just black scrambled before I did that. Because then I would have been able to burn 2 security, right? Yeah. So I fucked up. I could have won this turn. Well, I could when Digivolve, and then when Digivolve unsuspend, and then when attack. So I still think I have it here. Yeah, no, I have it here. Okay, cool. And then I attack, and then I burn the last security. So this is kind of what happens when the opponent chooses not to react. Alright, cool. We did it. Alright, so I'll probably play like one more game of this and then probably call it here. Because it's getting towards dinner time. Yeah, I'm gonna trash too. I just realized that. I'm just like, wait a second. No, I do have it. Yeah, so I'm probably good for about one more game and then it's dinner time. One real game. Oh, my other hand was so much better. Whatever. Agu? What is this? Oh, this bullcrap? Yeah, the mill. Well, let's see if I could go faster than mill. Mm-hmm. 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 So he already just milled me 10 cards just by doing things. Cool. Yeah, so this is why. So again, that was a very clear and definable example where they didn't need to set up their training card because they had it built in. So, like, you could very clearly see the difference in speed in the game for a deck that's able to have a free Evo built in versus one that's not. Very clear, intangible difference. I think we just take this. Add to Digivolution Source. We throw these on the bottom. So we 1, 2, 3. Oopsies. I placed the wrong card in. Oh well. 1, 2, 3. Right? Or do we already have a D-Digivolve in? And we actually need the removal? We already have a D-Digivolve, so maybe we just take the removal. I think the D-Digivolve is still correct. Yeah, so, like I said, and imagine if their deck actually had stronger plays. That's the crazy part that we're, like, thinking about. It's just, like, imagine if the opponent's deck was just stronger. Like, they already milled me 10 cards and did 2 security damage, while reestablishing a board to an extent. So, like, imagine if their deck actually functioned, like, really, really good. Then they would probably do, what, 3 damage instead of 2? And then they could have, like, maybe played out a Tamer or something, addition to that. Like, yeah. One, two, three. One, two, and 3? Or 3. Except the problem is he's attacking for game. What the heck? What the actual fuck? Alright. That's why we don't play bad decks. Or, like, not bad decks, just outdated decks. And, like, so that was probably the most clear and tangible example of I needed to waste time to play a training card. They just do it for free. And you could see just the complete and utter speed difference. And that was a not so great deck, too. Like, that's Creepymon. Of all fucking things, that was Creepymon. Another was pending? Oh, that's why. Yeah. I mean, like, I couldn't stop the attack anyway, so it's just like he Digivolves into Creepymon X, burns my security, and then because I don't have blocker, I just lose the game. Whoops, my bad, sorry I couldn't Digivolve for free, fucking turn 2. Anyway, I don't think this is playable anymore. I really don't. Like, just decks that need to, like, waste time setting these cards up are just not good. They're not good, because I'm wasting time setting these up. Yeah, bad deck when Rocks... Like, when Creepymon could go toe-to-toe with Rocks. It's just like, you know something... Just because they have free Evos on their rookies, you know something's kind of just straight up fucked up. And it's like, it literally goes to show and highlight, like, how much faster the game has gotten. And, like, where you can very tangibly and obviously see the power creep. It's just like, okay, Digivolving for free, literally turn 2, to go up all the way into a level 6 Digimon, to then start dealing massive amounts of damage, is kind of just a lot. It is very much a lot. So, like, while these cards are great, the game is progressing so fast that you don't have time to play these. You just don't. That's why a lot of the decks that are trying to use and leverage them just aren't able to do well, is because they just can't. So, yeah, that's why that's why I don't have fun playing a lot of, like, older or janker decks. Is because, what, I'm gonna sit here and pretend like I think I can play the game for, what, my opponent to just completely out-blitz me and outpace me? Like, there was nothing I could have done, to be honest. Like, maybe I could have ordered, like, a removal effect slightly differently. But, because, what was it, Devimon? But because Devimon just so happens to be, 5k, or not 5k, play cost 5, it dodged my rock removal. Cost 5, search. Yeah, like, that's the wrong one. It's this one. Yeah, like, it just, play cost-wise, cost too much, so I couldn't even use my removal to be able to, like, clear the board efficiently, and because I couldn't clear the board efficiently, I just, like, straight up lose the game. So, yeah, like, that's why I don't think decks like this are viable anymore, is because, one, they're easy to out. Like, it's not super hard to out Rocks anymore. It really isn't. Like, Rocks just dies to soft removal. And a lot of things just run soft removal. Like, that's why Medusa is struggling, is because it is probably the apex of it all. Like, I didn't have any recovery plays, or I, like, barely had any recovery plays. So I couldn't reasonably get back into the game, and then the second I did, because I'm not, like, playing towards modern game conventions where I could, you know, just make attacks at random all the time, out of nowhere, agnostic of memory. It's just like, okay, I sit here and I twiddle my thumbs waiting for the opponent to kill me. Like, that's why Rox has to play defensive cards like Icemon and, like, Gogmamon, except the big problem is these cards are not good in of themselves because, well, I mean, Icemon's really good, don't get me wrong, but, like, Gogmamon is not a good card because it cock-blocks me out of going into a fast Magnetic Dramon, and Magnetic Dramon doesn't have the ability to just attack out of nowhere, so that means he can't win games efficiently. So, like, yeah, it's small stuff like that, like, really showcase how much faster Digimon has gotten in literally the time span of a year. Like, it didn't take that long for the game to, like, completely and utterly power creep itself. And I'm not saying this because I'm salty about losing to Creepymon. Creepymon is not a good deck. Of course, this is a BT24 card, so it's slightly more modern than Magnetic. Like, Magnetic's new tools is what? This and this? Well, like, Creepymon just so happens to, like, oh, and they also had a new promo. That was the card. Because it just so happens to just gain Rush, and it can attack right away, and Creepy X just, like, burns shit. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think there was anything I could have reasonably done to change the outcome of the game, and that's, like, the things that, like, slightly piss me off a little bit is, like, when it feels like there's nothing I could have done as a player, how am I supposed to learn and improve from that? So the only takeaways I have are like highlights to where power creep is, and you can blatantly see that more commonly. If you were TB, you wouldn't mind the matchup as much? Yeah, exactly. If I was just a better deck, I could have just won the game. Like, that's basically the saying, is like, just play a better deck. Like, sorry I had to waste time to play a training while they used the Time Stranger cards to be able to just get a free evolution to speed and turbo through their plays. Whoops, my bad. Like, I don't know. I'm not mad at, like, the game for being like that, because obviously I have more enjoyment out of playing better decks, but, like, that's why I don't like going backwards to specific decks, is because there's literally zero reason for me to do so, other than, oh, this was cute, except now it just can't do anything. Like, I liked playing Rocks. I really did. But Rocks is so bad, it's like borderline unplayable because of the amount of power creep and how much faster the game progression has gotten. To where it's just like, yeah, what do? I tried to build an OTK deck defensively. So, yeah, like, I guess I'm just more mad at myself for playing an older deck that I probably knew I was going to lose on, and then obviously, like, losing does not feel good. Like, that's part of the thing, is, like, I don't like losing. I don't have fun playing bad decks that are losing because they're too slow for the current game landscape. It's like, just don't ask me to play slow decks. Like, bad slow decks. Like, if I'm going to be playing a slow deck, I mean, like, fuck, I just would play Sarismon or something. Where it's like, it's still semi-reasonable. It's not the best, but it's semi-reasonable. Like, there's just literally no point on going that far back to play a deck that's only just going to lose. It's like, it just makes me personally more upset because there's nothing I can do outside of just hope for a better matchup. And, like, that to me always feels really shitty. It's just like, why would I subject myself to that? And people just, like, wonder where it's just like, oh, well, you should just play the for fun decks. And it's just like, yeah, and then get stomped by something that's objectively better. And then what? I don't have fun, and then it just doesn't feel good to play? Like, I would rather just, like, sit here and play Rebootmon all day than ever play another game of Rocks. Or, like, some of the older decks that were made a year ago. Like, as awful as that sounds, and as salty as I'm being to end the stream on, it's just like, that was probably the most blatant showcase of some of the stuff that I was talking about in terms of the power creep and power progression of the game. So it's just like a deck from literally a year ago, technically even newer than a year ago, is already borderline unplayable. How many months did it take? Yeah, you just gotta build around how the game is being played. You can't think about having fun, like, in the traditional sense, where it's just like, I'm just gonna play my favorite because I like him, I like this card a lot. It's just like, no, you gotta play within the confines of the game. If you're not playing within the modern confines of the game, you're only going to have a bad time. And what's worse is the goalpost is constantly moving. The banner restriction list did not change the meta at all. So it's just like, okay, cool, whatever. Is this free-to-play friendly, client? Yes, it is 100% free. You could build any and every deck and play any and every deck for free. So, like, I don't have, like, a grime against testing out those older, jankier decks that just seem like on pen and paper they would be more reasonable than they are. But, like, The game has just progressed to a point where it's like a lot of those decks I just don't even want to touch. What rock pieces are hit? None of them. Literally none of the rock pieces are hit. Rocks is just too slow. Like, it can't OTK. It can barely defend itself. It has almost zero survivability and rebuildability. It can't pressure the opponent in terms of damage. Like, it just doesn't feel like it's a good deck anymore. I need to delete Adventures. Adventures is outdated too. So I'm just going through and I'm deleting decks because, like, fuck. A lot of these decks just are not even good. I don't even think Vortex is good. Shine's at least reasonable. I'll keep Debormon just because I like it. It's just like, there, now things are cleaned up a little bit. Actually, technically, I need to get rid of you. I'm sorry, dog. My old school OTK deck. Alright, there. Cleaned up a little bit more. They didn't hit Rocks? No, why would they? Rocks is unplayable. Why would they hit an unplayable deck just because it has one unfair card that it could barely use? So, you want to know, like, how Rocks, just as an example, I'll just pick on all the rush. Tumblemon becomes, like, way less offensive if you could barely use it. Like, if you only get one raising area, like, one raising phase, then this card becomes, like, significantly less powerful. And again, Rocks doesn't have the ability to just then attack out of nowhere. So it doesn't feel like it's applying any pressure on the opponent. Soft removal basically stops the deck dead in its tracks. So, like, reasonably, Rocks is just not good anymore. It's just too slow. Obviously, other decks won't keep up the meta changes, but you can try to see what ratios and tech choices work. I mean, that's the point of testing, but, like, after a certain point, you just don't need to test. Like, to be honest, like, it's just not really like a feeling or a vibe check. It's just like, once you understand how the game is played, and you basically could just, like, mentally have a checklist of how the game is played. Does the deck check these checkboxes? If the deck does check these checkboxes, then it's something that would be considerable to play. If it doesn't check the checkboxes, then it's not even worth your time, and you don't even have to put any time, effort, or thought into it, because it's mathematically just not going to work, because it doesn't check any of the modern checkboxes. I mean, Justimon helps with option removal. That doesn't matter. What options are staying around that you're going to be going into Justimon fast enough before the opponent just straight up kills you? It's like, cool, against TB, you Justimon, and then in response, you could kill my Samyojin Arrivals, and I, what? In response, Susano you slightly faster? And then what's Justimon's response to a Susanomon? Cry? Because it can't do anything? So it's just like, why would I waste my time with a Justimon when he literally has zero modern game mechanics? Absolutely zero. Like, the most important option for TB is the one that hides in security. It's not the ones that go onto the field. Semyojin Arrivals is a really good card, don't get me wrong. Semyojin Arrivals is a really good card, don't get me wrong, but, like, you taking too long to be able to get into a Justimon Meanwhile, I'm already by turn 2 breathing down your throat, dealing 2 to 3 security damage a single turn, and you can't even move out of raising. Because, what, you didn't see a tamer, or I choked you efficiently because my deck is just functionally more efficient? Like, so mathematically, it just doesn't make sense. Like, why would I ever waste my time with something like a Justimon when he literally is not even playing in the modern confines of the game? And, like, Rox is basically on that same type of spectrum. It's just like, okay, Rox sounds like it's more reasonable because it has one checkbox that it can mark, but it doesn't have any other modern game conventions. So, like, again, with Rox, in Tumblemon, it's just like, Tumblemon was the most offensive thing that Rox did. And now Rox can barely move one Digimon out of raising because the game goes that quickly. It's just like, oh, I get one raising area before the game just ends. It's like, I maybe can hatch a second egg to get a draw if I have an extra rookie in my hand, but, like, the game literally just ends that quickly to where you're only going to be using one tumble. What happened with the deck? I mean, it was a top tier deck that, because of this increased speed of the game, is no longer good. Like, it just can't keep up. So, like, part of the modern game mechanics that I'm talking about when it comes to evaluating a deck, just to kind of wrap things up, to maybe, like, shed some light on some stuff and maybe end on a slightly higher note, because I really have to go. But, like, hearing people just have complete ignorance just also, it doesn't, like, piss me off. It gets me riled up. So it's just like, could I Ukomon? No. Because you Ukomon, you move out, and then you hatch your Ukomon dies, and then you probably can't raise your second Digimon out of the raising area. That's the problem. It's just like, the game is too fast for Ukomons for that deck. And the only reason why you're playing Ukomons is because you're trying to turbo up your tumbles, so that way you could OTK. But again, if you can't move, if the opponent is putting too much pressure on you and you can't make the proper actions, how are you supposed to win the game if you can't make proper actions? So let's just say, in the hypothetical, I run Ukomon inside of Rox. Turn 1, I Ukomon. I move out. Cool. My opponent, I hatch a new egg the next turn. And then my opponent's already breathing. Like, before I even have the ability to set up a tamer, set up any kind of back row to be able to play within the modern confines of the game, the opponent is already breathing down my throat with a level 6 Digimon. So, like, I moved out with my Ukomon, I got my 2 Tumblemons, but then I die because I can't keep up. So, like, if the deck isn't built to basically ignore evolutions in your rookies, Ukomon is not a card anyone should be running anymore. So, like, again, just to kind of reiterate, what are some of the modern game actions that I'm talking about? Well, some of these modern game actions are the ability to gain rush and then attack out of nowhere. So, Red Hybrids, as an example, how is it doing this? Well, obviously, end of your turn, you gain security attack +1, and then you could just make an attack. Well, Aldemon has Rush, so cool. Aldemon can Digivolve on this card almost at any stage of the game, because you're just going to put cards underneath, and then you could just immediately Digivolve. So it's just like, these two cards literally are like what is making Hybrids at least keep up barely with the modern pace of the game, because they have the ability to just attack right away. And then what? When your Digimon gets deleted, you get to spit out a tamer, and then you get to basically just rebuild really quickly, instantaneously into a new Aldemon, and then you're off to the races again. So it's just like, okay, cool. Again, we'll just pick on Rox as an example. It's just like, I set up Tommy and Zoe, and then I Aldemon you, and, well, I mean, I guess Rox has Fragments, so they would be slightly insulated towards the removal. But, like, if you're not able to move, like, I could by turn 2 be doing 3-4 security in a single go. And, like, against rocks, I would probably just end up Nezahaing you because I have Digimon immunity, so all of your abilities just don't functionally matter. So, like, the ability, like, you'll see on a lot of decks, like, here's Bears, just as an example, even though Bears isn't, like, the best deck anymore. It's just, like, the ability to then make an attack, have the ability to rush, have the ability to instantly play out high-level Digimon after you built your main initial stack, which you can Digivolve for next to nothing. So, like, you could see, like, here's this little checkbox of, like, modern game mechanics, and if your deck doesn't fall into them, then your deck is borderline unplayable. What about Fish? Fish is just as unplayable. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It's just like, Fish doesn't have a recovery play. They don't. There's no ability for them to get back into the game once their main stack is out, and the ability to then make attacks to close out the game, even if they are able to play out a Digimon. Like, that's the kind of speed that we're talking about. And, like, Bears will deal, what? 2 security with 2, maybe 3 security with 1 attack, depending on which one of these 2 you use. And then, you delete my Digimon, and then Calismon comes back. You delete my Marsmon, and if your Digimon's just bigger than Marsmon, I could just hard play another Marsmon, and ideally then be bigger than you. So, like, you could see a lot of these, like, modern game mechanics where it's just like, okay, Angels, just as another example. Oh, I could Digivolve for free. Cool. I could set up the ability to play other Digimon for free and then Digivolve for free again. So, like, where am I actually paying for any of my memory? I'm not. So I could just go up into high-level Digimon pretty effortlessly. And, like, this is just more designed to OTK and try to sustain. And then, like, what? Okay, my opponent outs my Digimon, and then I could just hard slam a Mervamon, or I could hard slam Junomon, or I could, like, if I have a wide enough field and the opponent can't do anything, I could just hard slam Marukimon. Like, and then because I'm in Time Stranger, I also could just play Dan Cannon. That just allows me to make attacks, so rush and then make attacks. Seems pretty good. Off of what? Borderline an empty field? What's Glowing Dawn doing? Oh, I could just, like, swing, not pay for things, Digivolve, or, like, barely pay for things, and then I just have Digimon immunity. So it's just like, oh, if you can't reasonably get rid of my Digimon, then my Digimon's just gonna beat you in the face. And I could do this as early as, like, what, turn 2? Like, I can't OTK you turn 2, but, like, I could go up into a Tratismon, out your field, and then start pressuring you turn 2, so you better have a recovery play. It's not common or often that you could do it on turn 2, but, like, theoretically you could. Rebootmon, just, again, another example. It's just, like, even though this isn't, like, super turboing, like, I just sit on a Rebootmon, and then my opponent can't do anything about Rebootmon, so then they just die to it. Like, that's kind of the thing, is just, like, they just die because they can't do anything about it. Here's the antithesis of, like, uninteractive gameplay, where it's just like, yeah, here's free evolution, free evolution, free evolution, free evolution, free evolution, free evolution, and I could just Omnimon and kill you. Like, the most this deck does is try to stall and set up and find all of its parts and pieces, which, because it's evolving so much, it could do that pretty easily. Cross, another deck. Hey, look, what does this card say? And then this Digimon can attack. Guess what? It has Rush. So, Rush, then can attack. Am I the only one that's seeing this type of a pattern? So, like, one of the things that Beelstar players were doing was using, Titamon, because it has Rush and Execute, which means it could rush and then make an attack. It uses that to close out games. Like, Otherwise, Beelstar, if it's not burning the security and just comboing off, sometimes has a harder time closing out games. So, like, you're finding ways to be able to then just get incidental attacks out of nowhere. Rox doesn't have any of that. Rox can barely keep itself alive. So, that's kind of like the baseline example of what I mean by modern game mechanics. It's just like, you have to understand how the game is played. So, you could think, like, this deck might be cute and reasonable, but if it's not checking those checkboxes, then it's not really a reasonable deck. So, like, me playing unreasonable decks that just don't do anything don't make me happy or enjoy the game anymore. It actually just pisses me off and makes me enjoy the game even less because I know there's not a skill-based issue that's going on with why I would be losing in this situation. It is just fundamentally the deck is not functional anymore. So, that's kind of my rant. Thank you for my TED Talk. I hope you enjoyed this type of content. It doesn't, like, all of this doesn't mean that I hate Digimon. By the way, it's just me pointing out that I'm understanding and recognizing patterns on how the game has changed and how the game is being played, and people suggesting me decks that don't fall in line with that is not what I would recommend as something I personally enjoy. So, no offense, James, like, I know you told me to play Rox, but I'm not going to be playing decks that I don't find to be good anymore. And, like, people are just always wondering. It's just like, oh, you're just being so negative. It's just like, no, like, it's borderline unplayable. Like, it is actually unplayable. If you're going up against decks of the same power level, which most of the time you're not, then that's fine. But if you're not going up against decks of the same power level, they're in completely different countries, states, universes, worlds, what be it. You came back to another rant, Anacreus? Yeah, you did. We are being technical here. All right, I really have to go. So, thank you, everyone. And I will talk to you all later. As always, I'm going to be streaming Monday, Thursday,